everyone, how are you all doing today? Let me go ahead and get that timer a good old starting, and let me go ahead and check the roll call, shall I? Let's see here. On Twitch's side of things, we have Chapel and Penelope. Welcome in, you two. Welcome in, and hello, and morning. I still can't believe the whole time zone thing, because it's afternoon, or is it afternoon? Yeah, 1 p.m. would be afternoon
Cat
technically,
sat on
right?
keyboard,
And
just
hi, Cats
redeemed
on keyboard.
hydrate.
Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back as well. And hi, I hope everyone's having a great day, and if you're not, please consider. Well, welcome in. I surely can do, and I can also get some water. Thank you for the redeem. And hi, Lazy Loaf. Purple. hello, and welcome in. Water time. Tasty. What I can't say is that, unfortunately, I was not able to get to the dev work that I had planned to do, as I was wrapping up a few other things. But all the good news is that, let's see, hold on, let me go ahead and check my calendar here to make sure I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this was my birthday week. So now that the birthday week will be technically officially over tomorrow, we'll be able to get back into the string of things, and I won't have to worry about, what is it called, like, celebration stuff, I think, until August, since that'll be the anniversary of streaming and everything. So we have a little bit of time, and what I'm hoping is that now going on until the end of the month, we'll be able to finish up the tutorial. So I'm hoping that the updated version of the game should be released by the end of the month. Fingers crossed. I don't know how well it's going to go, but I have a lot of hope. The issue is, I didn't realize how big of a game, or not even big, I would still say it's a small game. If I were a more experienced developer, I definitely think this would take me less time to do. The issue is, I'm combining a lot of different things, a lot of different genres, and the fact that I have no idea what I'm doing means it's going to take a long time to do things, which is fine, more than fine with. I want to make sure I do this as well as I can. Not perfectly, but good enough to have something to say, hey, I did that, that's all me. And hi, Ami, welcome in the stream, welcome in week, you mean birthday month. Happy birthday, and hi, Ami, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. And my birthday was the 5th, Lazy Loaf, so we've already passed it, a few days past now, but I still do appreciate the sentiment. I truly do indeed. It's wild to think. I think, what is it? I believe we've celebrated the birthday. This would be 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. Either 3 times or 2 times. I think we're coming up on the 3rd no, it would be year 2. Year 1 was the beginning, so that was its own celebration. Year 2 was the second celebration, or no, year 1 and then year 0, and then year 1, so year 2. Yeah, year 2. And I said, happy birthday, accepted. Yeah, tell me what to do. What if I don't wanna, huh? Who's gonna stop me? Oh, speaking of, before let me make sure you actually can be stopped. Let me just use the powers that I have invested as the reigning heir here. Let me just go ahead and make sure I have let's see, hold on, let me just yep, okay, there we are. Good to go. And hi, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back as well. Hi. And oh shoot, I forgot to wish a happy late birthday on top of all the others. No worries at all. Thank you. It certainly still counts, I'd say. And thank you as well. And never. Can't you see I'm already inward technically? Oh boy. Let me go ahead and say, as I don't know if I have enough. Oh, I can't. I see. It's okay. I can't say a specific words for the next 2 minutes cannot be, let's see, let me put on here, cannot be combined with other challenges. There we are. Okay, that caveat there, I think, is very important, because I know it was a question asked before, and I did not get around to adding it there. So now we also have that. Oh, timer's up already. My goodness. Okay, I guess we get into things. And hi, Puff Manator. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope you've had a lovely week, and just popping by in for a few before I gotta go to work. Well, I hope your work is lovely, and I hope you have a fun time and an enjoyable time as well. And boring! Let us combine. And are you sure your room is in the elevator? It's not at all. No, not at all. Let me go ahead and bring you into the planning screen here. And with that said, let me make this guy a little bit bigger so I can see it a little bit more. And make a new redeem for 25k, letting you do both. The issue is, that the can't say challenge is all about if I fail, I restart it. So we've run into an issue before where I was doing that challenge for like a total of 30 minutes during the stream, and I was too busy focused on trying not to say the word, but I didn't get anything done. So I can do a few things, just not focusing on that. And I think the timer was even set for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I'm not sure which one, but it was painful. I can say that much. And hi, Nima. Hi, Ray. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello! And hi! Yesterday I slept too much. Now I can't sleep. Oh boy. On and off, it seems like. Well, I hope you can get a consistent sleep schedule. Super duper serious. Sleep is super duper important. I can say that much for sure. And let's see. And I'm work while I record some stuff. I see. Have fun. And the only issue we run into is a skill issue. Yeah, and I'm not afraid to admit it. With that said, today I would say it's going to be fun, but it's probably going to be a little bit painful. I was not able to get around to fixing the bugs that currently exist in the game. So before we get into continuing the tutorial, I'd like to spend a little bit of time working on the bugs that exist, at least the bugs that I think are going to make it tricky to continue the tutorial. So I'm hoping we'll be able to finish bugs at least like, or at most, an hour, and then for the rest of the 3 hours of the stream we can continue the tutorial. Fingers crossed, that's what I'm hoping. I'll let you know what the bugs are when we get there. In the meantime, now I think you all know what time it is, don't you? Just get all nice and comfy, stay where you are, Weird BRB in approximately 45 seconds? What exactly do you mean by that, Benafia? Yeah! What do you mean, no? It's not like you're in danger. And hello, welcome in the stream, welcome in. You're just in time. And let's see here, my cat slept near me and makes me take a longer nap. Oh, how cute. That is adorable. I can say here, like, I have an adorable creature there on the wall, the employee of the month in this business environment, and you seem to have found yourself here, and you've already pressed the elevator button. You're waiting to go to a very important business place, but in the meantime, you're waiting, and the elevator's already been rang, and all you have to do is just sit here and wait. And you can't take the stairs, you can't take the ladders, you can't take the windows, you can't take the doors. There is no way to leave. But that's okay. That is all right because you're in no danger. You're not even a danger to yourself because there's no way for you to have any weapons or anything. It really is just you and the elevators. But you know, it's not just you. No, don't fret too quickly. Since we happen to be here, and I do mean we, I'm trapped in here just as much as you. And dig a hole? You don't have a shovel. How are you going to dig a hole? With your hands, the hands that are the floor that's made out of a material that you can't even hurt yourself on. I think someone tried, what was it? Someone tried pushing over the, someone tried pushing over the potted plants before to see if there was a trapdoor underneath. They're bolted to the floor. So it does not work. But again, never fear, I have the solution. Where you see, in these trying times of boredom, since you have clearly time on your hands, I knew it. This place is like one of those, what's it called? Like the crazy rooms, the rubber room, right? They locked me in a rubber room. The rubber room where you can't, you just bounce right off of it. That's the environment you're in. So using your hands won't work if my point and click game skills are failing me. So, come here often. Since you have some time on your hands, why don't I talk about my up-and-coming game? As I'm sure you're clearly interested in not being held here against your will. What is that game? I'm sure you're asking by now. That game is no other than, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game I've been working on for almost 2 years now. Almost 2 years. It's the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in a total of, 24 hours. I made it in less than 24 hours. Anytime I worked on the game, I had a timer going, and it only ever released on itch. So the hope of Necrotype Cafe here is that I hope to make it my first ever Steam release. So everything I'm doing, I'm mainly doing for the first time, and I want to see how know how well it does. Now, I'm sure by now you're also wondering, Eris, what is this great, amazing game that you're talking about? Tell me more. Well then, welcome into the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where I spend about 45 seconds attempting to pitch my game to you. Be it you haven't been here before, haven't been here in a while, or completely forgot. I do it all the time. It gives me a chance to get better at explaining the game to you in an apt amount of time in a succinct way. I believe that's how you say the word succinct. Clear? That's succinct, I think. I don't think I've ever used that word before. Oh, what is the price? Oh, no, that's right. Okay, 45 seconds, then I start. And Mr. Eris is so cool. Mister, hold on now. I can have shoulder pads and still be a princess. With that said, 45 seconds. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to a prestigious wizard magic academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer now. She wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to open up a hidden cafe in a part of the school where she serves her fellow wizard customer students. The idea is that not only is it a cafe game, it's also a rhythm typing game. The theme of that comes into play in the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. You have to type to the beat in order to serve wizards. But it just won't be any unique food, or it won't be any simple food. It'll be very unique in the sense of each wizard is assigned a different attribute to music. So when you serve a pyromancer, you have to do something fast and flavory, while compared to doing something like a necromancer, you might have to do it to slow, fancy music, because wizards are wizards and they have taste, and you will serve their taste. I get that one it wasn't bad, wasn't good. The ending wasn't bad, but all in all, maybe like a 7, possibly? 7, maybe. Not my best, not my worst, definitely decent. And thank you for the resubscription check. Thank you for the 5 months. Hold on, let me go ahead and slide this guy all the way over here. And welcome in, that fish dev. Welcome into stream.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed elevator pitch.
And I'm sold. Lovely. Apparently, hold on. It was a someone redeemed this. I'll have you know, someone redeemed this, so don't mind me while I just again. You thought you could get rid of me? Let me go ahead and put that timer on it. I didn't appreciate being elevator kidnapped the first time. You're not kidnapped. That's the thing. We talked about this. And as you can see, I'm not the one controlling this. And with your help, chat, you can chop right here instead of Welcome to Necrotype Cafe. A rhythm typing game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by your necromancy family to a prestigious wizard magic academy. But you don't want to become a necromancer. You want to become a baker, a chef, so you decide to open up a hidden cafe in the part of the school where you can only serve your fellow wizard customer students. The idea is that not only is it a cafe sim, it is a rhythm typing game that comes into play into the fact that in order to serve customers, you have to summon the food, and you do this by spellcasting, where you type to the beat. So it is a mash dash between back and forth between serving customers, serving yourself, and finding out that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can be you. There's different spells to unlock, different rhythms, different tempos, different rhymes, different wizards, and at the end, you'll be able to show everyone it's not a phase. Oh boy. I'm sure by now, the second time around, now you're clearly sold, right? Yeah, surely. But if for whatever reason you're not, why don't I go ahead and show you the prototype of the game? Let me go ahead and get off my business suit here, and let me get on our good old classic friend here, Bobby, and here we are. Alrighty, before that, let me read the comment. Oh boy. Let's see here. I didn't appreciate the elevator with your chat and help, but this business person giggles a lot. And next time, laugh a little more. I can almost understand the words. And hi, is it our tricks? AO tricks, possibly? Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. Hello, everyone. Hello. And those timers stopping the bit. Oh boy, Necrotype Cafe. Let me go ahead and let me slide this guy up here, over here, through here. We do a loop-de-loop and pull, and then we click on this button here. I click on that button there. Not gonna lie, I tried redeeming it again. There is a timer. There is a... You can't do it back to back. I made sure of that fact. Oh boy, then I'm already trapped there, but you want me to be trapped? Trapped? How could you? Let me go ahead and do exclamation NECRROTYPE. There we are. If you'd like to give the prototype a try, it's up on itch at the moment. You'll be brought to, hold on, this screen. It is right now, unfortunately, a little bit outdated, the version up on itch, but the hope is that by the end of the month, we'll be able to update the version I have going on in Godot so that everyone can try it out. Let me know where bugs are, and then I can finger cross fix them. And I do know this one, lovely, and timers, and I believe the business person. Yep, there we are. Lovely. With that said, let's go ahead and try the calibration, shall we? I click on calibration here, I click on start, and when the skulls enter the white circle, we have to press the button. Let's see, and I got isekai into elevator and trapped the Eldritch Princess. I told you, I'm just as trapped as you are. Clearly, as you just saw there, I was ready to move on. Apparently, someone was not ready to move on. Wait, hit. You see, that's a crazy room. And that then trapping you would be there for your own good? Hold on now, hit. Wait. Huh? Let's try that again, shall we? That's a new bug. Wait. I don't think I've ever ran into that bug while we've done the calibration. That's a new one. Hit. Okay. I wonder if we can add like a buffer or a limit. Hold on, let me clear my throat here. A buffer or a limit, and she hit a voice crack. That's on. You said that's a crazy room. Yeah, trapping you there would be for your own good. And autumn 2026. Oh boy. The thing is, I'm not sure. At least you saw before how it was like a bit of spam added. That usually happens after calibration if the bug appears. So the fact that it happened before the calibration or during the calibration is a little concerning. I'm not sure about that one. If I go ahead and click on the tutorial here, let me go ahead and show you around. So here we have Gabriella, and I can move around with the arrow keys here, and a customer responds, so let's go ahead and sit them. A customer will find a nice cozy spot to sit down, read their book, think about what they want to order, and then they'll wave their little arm around when they're ready for us to take it. If I go ahead and take their order, and then I hold down space, what you'll say is we have a few things. This is what I was talking about before in the sense of, oh, my throat, hold on, give me a second to clear it. And you know what, while I'm at it, let me also get some tea. Oh boy. Okay. I think we're in the clear now. Let's see here. I was talking about how different was.
Check 14 just redeemed hydrate.
I realized I was still muted. Okay, there we are. Thank you for that redeem. Thank you. Okay, I think we're all good then. Let's see. I was talking about how each different wizard class has a different attribute, and in this game you have to combine two different flavors. And for example, here we have a Necromancer, who's represented by the color purple, and they have the flavor of bitter. And in this world, anytime that you use bitter in a recipe in a spell, it has to have fancy music in it. So some spells will be easier, some spells will be harder, some spells will be faster, some spells will be slower. For example, faster like a Pyromancer when we add it to the game, and they'll have the color of either yellow or orange. And so when does the stream start? My throat! So when does the stream start and the scuff end? Good question. I think you should forward that one to my body, and then we'll see what it says back. If I hold down space, you'll see that we have pink here, we have purple, and then we have a cake symbol, which means that we need to make a sweet bitter cake. So why don't we go ahead and follow the skull here, and it'll lead us to the kitchen area. If we go behind here, you'll see that we need 2 flavors and 1 product. So if we go ahead and grab our flavors off of the shelf, that's a 1, that's a 2, and then also a cake here. When I hold down Q, we'll be brought to the current tutorial, and the tutorial that I'm hoping to fix. Not today, likely, because of the current trajectory that we're at, but we'll see. I'll explain things hopefully in a way you'll understand as we go. The idea behind the rhythm point is that once the letters reach the white circle, you press them. When you click on this guy, or when this guy fills up, you have successfully successfully crafted your spell. So you want this guy to fill up the progress of the song itself. And then here we have the fail me. Okay, more tea then. Hold on. Okay. Where are we? I'm surprised my throat's like this. I'm not even doing like an Undertale stream. That is an odd one. This guy, when it fills up, you have failed entirely at the game. So you don't want this guy to fill up. It fills up when you miss. And we'll see how that goes. And stay with us, I'm trying. I'm trying, I tell you, I am. Don't go into the light. But it's so pretty. Alrighty then. Without further ado, let's see how well I do. W-I-T-H space T-H-R-E-A-D-S space O-S space T. Oh boy. W, yeah, okay. I-L-I-G-H, okay. And then T, also, hold on. Is an audio super loud for you? Hold on. Let's see. Okay, maybe that's a little bit better. It looked like it was going the max. So, try again. Let's see. B, and then space G-O-A-T-S-K-I-N, space V, I-O-L-E-N-T, space, yep, this is going great. Oh boy. And then we have S-O-C-K-S, comma. There we are, 64%. Done better before, but you know what? It worked and a little louder than normal. It looked like it was pretty loud. I was getting a lot of red. The good news is that it didn't disrupt your eardrums, so I'll take it. And hi, is it Young Gray? Possibly? Young G-Ray? Maybe. Welcome in the stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I tend to usually butcher names. And let's see here. Good luck with the game development, Iris. Well, thank you. I'm having a lot of fun. It's going a little bit slow, but you know what? We're going somewhere, so I'll certainly take it. That said, let's go ahead and grab this cake here and deliver it to the customer. The customer will eat the cake, they'll then wipe their mouth, and then they'll be on their merry way. That's the game in a nutshell. There's a few other things to it, like you can see here that it says Ghost. Ghost act a little bit differently from the customers, but they don't really have to worry about that today. If you're curious a little bit more about the Ghost, though, there is a level featuring the Ghost. To sum it up, Ghosts exist like the customers. You have to serve them specific foods. And if you don't banish the Ghost, then the customers will react to the Ghost being in the cafe. They're a little bit of a little antagonist. Let me go ahead and lower or close this guy, actually. That would be way easier to do. Close that guy. Hide, show. Then I can go ahead and mute you. And then, let's see. Click on you. Click on you. I should be able to click on you then. And there we are. All right, you're back into Obsidian here. Let me go ahead and show you then the current build of Godot we're working with, the current build of the game. And then I'll explain the bugs, and you'll probably catch them. Maybe you will. Oh, we'll see. If I close this guy here, and oh, you can see it. Lovely. And I just watched 2 ads from YouTube live stream. I hope this helps. Oh, thank you for sticking around despite the ads. I hope they weren't too annoying. I know they can be, or there's something of what's going on here. There's a lot of crazy ads I've seen before. If we click on levels here and I bring you into the cafe here, take a look. This is the cafe and the current version of it. It has been upgraded by a lot. For starters, you're zoomed in a little bit more. There's less tables, and also that there's stuff on the tables now. You'll see that there's candles, and also here too that there's little flowers, and the clock has also been moved too. So a few things have been updated. Most of all that has been updated is the book. When I hold down space, you'll see that it is entirely different. It's got a lot of upgrades. I'm always so happy to see it. You'll see as well that each table now has a flower that represents it. This is to hopefully make it clear what table is what when you serve it. Not only that, if you go to the next page of our book here, so if I go ahead and flip it, you'll see exactly what I was talking about before with the idea of there being different attributes in the game. For example, here we have bitter for the necromancy flavor, and then we have sweet here for the Midjourney, which makes songs easy peasy. You also have along the side some stats for the customers too. So it's a thing of you can know, or if you can balance the idea of, oh, I see a necromancer's waiting at the door. I know that they have high patience, so I don't have to worry about sitting them just yet. I can focus on these customers who maybe are a little bit more impatient, like pyromancers will be hopefully in the game. And along here as well, you'll see that we have unlockables. These will be the spells, or not the spells, but the flavor combinations that you can unlock. So the good news is now there is a place that they'll show up. Not only that, but we have unlockables for all of the food you can as well, or the food you can get as well. So you see cookies here. Oh, hold on. If you have cookies here, we have cake, and we also have cocoa. So they help us that eventually we'll have 5 different types of food, as well as 5 different types of, or not 5, 10 different types of food, and 10 different types of wizards. And it's come so far, business, hasn't it? I think it's so lovely. Let me show you a few more things. Again, I'm just so happy to always see it that anytime I get to show it off, I will certainly. Let me click on this. Let's go ahead and spawn a customer. Not only has that been changed, but now, and another thing too is that these guys are, what you see above here is hidden. It's enabled because of developer mode, but what you'll see is now the customer's patience is gauged by their candle. So the candle will have special effects, special colors, depending on the customer's mood. And what you'll see here is that if we take the customer's order, click that, and we open down space, you'll see that we need a sweet bitter cup of cocoa to serve the customer. And then this candle here will represent how well they're doing on their patients. And also there's a black fade here too to show that there is a difference between the two of these guys here. That's the game, or that's the updates in a nutshell. Let me show you now the current bugs we're dealing with. Wowza, that was my idea! The candles I believe, Penelope, you've had so many ideas implemented, so I would not be surprised. Truth be told, not one bit. Not at all. And I do appreciate your ideas as well. Think of, usually a person can't think of all the great ideas on their own, so it's nice to have a room for sharing them, and it's like trading notes back and forth. I believe, here we are. So, do any of you spot the bug, perhaps? May chance possibly, quite possibly here. Any bug at the moment that appears, just a little bit. There's one certain one here. No, I do like hearing the fire sound too. Oh, that's so neat. And a little teeny tiny fire now. Oh, that's lovely. Step 1, or the first bug that we'll try to be addressing, and your game has come so far. Whoa, thank you. And hi, is it Fazuran? Fazuinre? How about welcome in, stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the name, which I know I certainly am with butchering it, but welcome in, and thank you. And oh, Trexino, I see, Trexino, welcome back in. I do recognize that name. It was fun to say. Welcome in. I hope you've been well, and I love ordering flavors right products by in my cafe. Oh boy, indeedy. We have to figure out why these foods, or why the flavors names aren't being changed. I did something along some of the lines here, and now for some reason it's decided, yeah, I am not bitter, I am not sweet, I am not memory. So step 1 of today is going to be figuring that out, because if we were to do the tutorial, this might get a little bit confusing, and something might happen in the code or somewhere else. So step 1 is going to be bug fixing, figuring out why the names and the labels are not applying. And coincidentally enough, if I click onto you here, and I click onto Obsidian here, you should be able to see it eventually. Yes, indeed. And I go to our task list here, you should see bugs. And I believe it has to do with a certain bug here. It's a little bit hard to see. Can I copy the image possibly? Let me see if I can bring this image into concepts and how that'll work. And you're sure it's not a booger me, sir? No, not at all. Not one bit here. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here and booger me, sir, on the gun. Oh my. Let me click on this guy here too, so I don't forget anything else. I think we're good to go. Lovely. And with that said, let me scroll out here, scroll out, scroll up and down and around, and let me get a good spot here where I can copy and paste this guy. And then let me bring you into concept here. With all of that said and done, if I grab the image's location, so let's see if I can grab it. You are a pasted image. If I grab file attachment to you here, where are you exactly? Hold on, let me see if I can find the file name here. It should be in images, I think. Other, yep, and then we have you there, extra. Oh, I see. And then attachments here, yeah, and then pasted image. Lovely, okay. Drag and drop, does that work? No, you don't want to work, that's okay. Open file in window, maybe? Open in, show in System Explorer. That will work, certainly. And then I can drag and drop you into here. Lovely. Okay, I think the issue is that something here. You can see that this note says in our message here for one of the debugs, it says, customer order is blank. That's correct. The name should be customer. That does make sense. They called you a booger. Oh boy. Let me go ahead as well and set the task to be figuring that guy out. So let me click on that guy here. I should then be able to do a task, or I think it's squiggly and then clear if I'm not mistaken, like that there. That should clear it up. Let's see. It does, lovely. And then I'd like to do task bug fixing. Let's see. Also, the music sounds a little bit too low. A little bit too low for my liking. So let me turn that up just a smidge here. And then let me go ahead and see about doing bug, fix bug, and then we have name, not, or item names, not APPARING. File names not appearing. Very mature in business humor in this town. Indeed, clearly, all business. And I'll be coming back and forth to this wholesome devlog live stream airs if you don't mind. Not one bit. I appreciate you chatting here, and as I said before, sticking through the ads as well. Feel free to come and go as you please. There's no pressure at all. Let me go ahead and do squiggly here. Let me do task, and then that should be the task there. Lovely. Okay. It's interesting, and hi, is it Vankercom? Welcome in the stream, Vankercom. Hold on, that name does sound familiar, but I can't be sure. It is! Welcome back in. And only your console is visible on the stream? Yes, that is true. Right now, this should be visible. This is right. This is correct and very business all the time. Clearly, in 2028, oh boy, Necromancer expansion. What you can see here is that it says player has served customer the wrong order. Given blank cannot get dish name. Invalid flavor combo or product. Receive cannot get dish name. So somewhere along the line, when we spawn in our items and our dishes, they're not getting named. So, let's go through everything and see. And I didn't notice it's a drawing board. I see. Yes, indeed. It's a drawing board that I've been using over, I'd say, about a year and a half, most likely. Anytime I'm working on the game, I try my best to write out my ideas since it makes it a lot easier. And we even have an idea corner of everyone. Calamancy, Goromancy. I think it's lovely. Let me go ahead back to the spot here. I copied and pasted this because this was a bug message I got. So let's see if we can get into dissecting. And what tool to use for this? It's called concepts, like the thought. If I do exclamation FAQ, and there we go. Yep, thank you, Banafi. Concepts. It's a one-time payment program, and I really enjoy using it since it's a thing of, it allows me to add a lot of colors to things. Let me bring you back into programming here. And now that we are in Godot, let's see what we can get up to. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. Never mind, that's not the guy to hide. I need to hide obsidian. There we are. Lovely. Okay. With that said, what we need to figure out is why are the items? So if I go ahead and close all of these guys here so that we don't get confused, and I just go into cafe here, so let me open up cafe. We have the cafe, and then we have these things, like for example here, our cake dish. So this guy here, this guy is getting named just the item it is, and then we also have on here, I believe, flavor sprites. So if I go here and do flavor sprite, this guy here, these guys are also not getting named properly when they spawn into the game. So that's the issue at the moment. What we can do is that there should be some sort of item manager, something like this, that should be responsible for spawning and deleting everything. So I'm going to guess that that bug exists somewhere here, where we have cannot spawn item is incorrect, cannot spawn item sprite name, player's been given, failed to spawn. Interesting. So yeah, I would say here most likely is where our issue is. However, another thing we can do too is that if I double check the error message, I can go to it. It's in the player 383. So if I go into the player guy here, the player script, and we go about to 383, it should be about somewhere 80, somewhere here. Here we are, 383. Player has served blank customers the wrong order. I see. This is where you grab the expected string, and the expected string here is grabbing the items combo and product. Interesting. And this is expected string, yeah. Combo and then product. Interesting. Okay, let's see if we can replicate the bug. It should be super duper easy. I'm certain all we have to do is, if I go into the game here, I click on levels, I then make sure that you can see it, because sometimes Godot doesn't like showing it properly. There you are. And we go back into the game here. Let's go ahead and just spawn in a customer super duper quickly. We'll go ahead and have you sit down. We'll then spawn in a dish. Hold on. Let's do it the cafe way, just in case the game decides that, yes, when you spawn it in mentally, or when you spawn it in physically, it decides to work properly. But if you do it through the gameplay, so we have here, you can see, cannot get dish name, invalid flavor combo or product has been given to player. Interesting. Alrighty, then we don't even need to serve it to the customer. It's already right here, and she's spawning her game mentally. Big brain time, I tell you. Let me go ahead and close this guy then. So, what this allows us to see, and as well, for my debugging, I also made it so that I can click on exactly where it decided to give that print at, which I am just so happy about because it makes it so much easier to debug. So here we are. Blank has been given the player's name. Interesting, interesting. We have here cannot. So something along the lines of here. And that it would be funny for Ghost to temporarily scramble all the letters and in-game spells, items, and names, and maybe even menus. That has been suggested before, check. The issue is that it feels like more of a, well, it's not an MVP, but it definitely does sound like a fun idea. But I do have that one noted. The idea of Ghost scrambling around things. that has been played out before, and it's funny as well. I do like the idea of it. And it's not MVP, unfortunately. But I would like the Ghost to do things and releasing in 2029. Oh boy. So what I'm wondering is, it's gotta be somewhere, not scorekeeping, nope, not in screen, nope, not in the spellcasting desk, I don't believe, nope. We need to see about utility, nope, global scope, nope, testing screen, nope, screen, nope, I thought I closed all of you already, but they're back to being open. Yeah, it features December stuff for sure. Oh boy, let me go ahead and remove you here. Remove our options menu here, our main menu. I'm just confused why these guys are open. Okay, we have item manager here, home screen. Don't know why you're open as well. Game state, also can close you. Game input, yep, close you. Close you, debug, yep, all of you guys here. Why is everyone open? Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to close all of these. I'll be here forever. Oh boy, let me just go ahead and we'll go back to our item manager, I suppose. And we'll go from there. So let's see. We have, where do we do spawn item onto plate? Here we are, item type. And then we have here, if player.current item is not equal to null, cannot add this item, plates are currently full. Otherwise, we make a new item. And I'm thinking here is where we need to figure things out. You can see it says new item.initialize from data. You take the item type and the item value. Currently, the type and the value of the item is correct, but the in-game name is not correct. So these guys should be good. It's just the issue of afterwards. And we have here, item has been spawned onto plate. Interesting. Okay, let's just go through this guy right here. And yeah, it's a future December stuff. I drew that and seems like a fine number for the tabs. Oh boy, it reminds me of like the browsers you would have open. Let me go ahead and delete this item here. And then what I'd like to do is I'd like to spawn in an item on plate, item based on dish. Item based on dish. Yeah, okay, let's remove all of these guys here. I should have like a delete, I think, or like a clear. Let's see. Let's see if I have those debug options allowed or available. And hi, Napa. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. And hydration sure can do.
Just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. I hope you had a lovely day so far. Let's see. If I do clear or I do delete, do we have delete item, delete ghost? Interesting. I don't have like a clear inventory one. And also, for some reason, I can access the table while I'm standing here. That seems like another thing that will have to be tended to. Let's go ahead now and let's spawn in items based on dish. We'll make the dish whatever 1 is. And it says here, yes indeed, spawned item. Cannot get dish name, invalid flavor combo or product. All of these guys here. And then it has the name, flavor sprite, product sprite. And that means that something is surely off here even. We don't even have to worry about the customer. So, let's see. Cannot spawn item, incorrect. Item has been spawned. So, let's go bit by bit then, shall we? If I click on you here, 178, what do we have here? Spawned items for dish. Cannot spawn dish. Cannot spawn item from dish. Interesting. For some odd reason, this guy here, or cookbook.get dish items from name. Oh, I see. And then, oh, I see. So something here possibly is our issue at the moment. And all I heard was lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Oh boy, let's see here. We have our flavor combo and our product. That makes sense. And then we have flavor combo.find key. And then we have product.find key. And then we have return. And if not, product has product, or flavor combo dot not has. So why are we angry at this? This makes sense. We're checking the enums. So we're checking to see if the enum exists in this guy here. But for some reason, if not, or not, you there. But we have these guys. If I just very briefly click on you there and click on play here, I can show you what I mean. Let's see. I'll click on play, go back to here, click on you here, and we immediately spawn in. Ooh, interesting. It does say null. It says our flavor combo, no, our flavor combo string. You can see flavor combo is 1, product is 1. So this does make sense. It is working here, but then we have return cannot. If product dot not has product. So maybe I don't know how to check to see if an enum exists. Possibly, maybe. How do you check to see if an enum exists? Godot for check to see if enum is if value is an enum. If value is an enum, maybe, possibly, that could work. I thought the dot has, but value dot has, maybe? And funny story, I spawned a cat named Arian. Midjourney made her a mage and she killed a goon with a lightning bolt and sparkles. Surely coincidental. Surely. I think what we have to do here is do product dot values, and then do this guy, and then I think do dot here. So I think it's going to be this dot values dot has. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is what we have to do. And that does sound on brand. Hold on now. Lightning bolt and sparkles. I would never use a lightning bolt or sparkle. No, not one bit. If I click back to you here, and now we click on play, we have if not product has values. If I go enter now, okay, I think I fixed it. Hold your horses. Now if we close this guy here, it wasn't really just I had to add dot values, dot has instead of dot has. Oh boy, let's see. Back into here. Interesting. The good news is at least that the guy here, flavor sprite, has been given. Okay, so the good news is that at least the words. So my question then becomes, possibly what we have to do is see about doing product dot has. So let me see. If I do product dot has and then do this guy here, I want to check to see if any of these exist anywhere in the code. So I'll use Control Shift F, find, and we don't use it. I see. We have product description, this guy here. I see. Maybe this then. Product cookbook.product has flavor combo, but this can't be it. This is code that works. I don't know why it would be that then. It's cookbook.product.has otherwise. So why is it like this? Cookbook.product.has. Do we add the dot values then here too? Would that at all help? We have that has, and then we have this dot has. Interesting. Okay. And let's go back to our other guy here. Back to our item manager, I think it was, or where exactly? Are you angry, parser? You are indeed. You cannot parse singleton. Interesting. You work. You're fine. You've been good to go from... Oh, never mind. Hold on. I know why it's angry. We need to go back to where we were just at. Hold your horses here. Where were we at? Oh no. We were just somewhere, and now I don't know how to get back to it. Let's see. This guy here is also angry because we are using it somewhere else. I'm guessing it's because we were in the cookbook. If we go into the cookbook here, if it lets us go into the cookbook, usually I just have to hold down control and click it, and it brings us into the cookbook, but it's not trying to open. Hold on here, cookbook. Oh, now we're in the cookbook. Okay, if I remove you here, save you then, I think that should fix the other guy. If we go back into our you here, we should be able to see. Yep, good. And it has a very high engine speed, but terrible luck. Yeah, well, no, that's the thing. Int, at least in D&D, is memory. A high memory. I don't know about that one there. Let's see. Flavor combo, there we are. Okay, so that reaches that guy there. If cookbook.product.values has, I think that should work fine. If I click on play then, and if we go into play, does that fix it, or are we missing some other value area? If I click on levels here, we go back into you here, we have flavor sprite item has been spawned. Okay, so we need to check for this item manager here still. Interesting, okay. So blank has been spawned. Let's go ahead and close you here, spawn item onto plate. We grab the plate, we check to see about instantiating the item, and then we see about instantiating the name. If you there, then you were there, and turn. Okay, so somewhere here, I think is where we need to figure out the name. And we have type, product icon, we instantiate both of those, and then we set the icon depending on this guy here. So create icon.set icon. For some reason, we can't check, or it won't let me hold down control and click it, which is super duper odd. It's fine though. I know where you're at. You're in item, I believe. Item GD. we go into here. Oh, okay, you know what? I'm going to do an entire reload. It's not letting me control click into other guys, which is super weird. And it's Mew, it's Mana's regen, but also reading ability is kind of iffy. You know what? That makes more sense then. I can see the similarities, I suppose. Now if I hold down control, does it let me click on the item? This is odd. I haven't ran into that issue before. Usually, like, I'm holding down Alt or Control. I'm holding down Control, and you can see that when I hover above it, it has an underline. You should be able to do that for the functions here as well. But the function isn't allowing me to click into it, which is odd. If I go set icon here, yeah, where do we have the function set icon? It's because you are an interactable. We are now an interactable. And for our set icon, where do we have you at? Yeah, weird, super duper weird. Okay, item back into you here. We have create icon dot set icon. Okay, well, you know what? Fine. I'll play your games. I'm gonna do this. And where do we use set icon at, huh? We use it in a few places, it seems like. This is a plugin, this is a plugin, this is a plugin. We use it in our book here. We have book order icon, set icon here. I don't believe it's a U, but we can definitely check U. We have our flavor combo sprite set icon. Yes. Do we allow you to go into, here we are. Okay, I think we found it. Here we go. Let me scroll down to here. So we have our new type, we have the type here, and then we have advanced type icon is not to be, or is not available to set. Interesting. And then we have the names here, I believe, right? We have enum name dot find key dot value. Yeah, interesting. And then we do animation player dot play enum name, if change name equal enum. Okay. So for this guy here, it makes me wonder if we should do some sort of counter possibly in the game and just, because this guy here, change name, I've seen it before, and I used this earlier for the idea of adding different numbers to the names so that when you refer to them, it wouldn't be a duplicate, because I was getting angry when I had a default name and then it was two of the same names. It wasn't sure which one to look at, so I had to do _1, _2, that sort of thing. So I'm wondering if we do something like that a little bit, possibly, and then maybe we have some sort of counter or something. Maybe that could work. What I'm thinking is we grab this guy here, type a true value, and then we do type to spawn. Type to spawn, type to spawn, spawn, type to spawn. And then what we can say is type to spawn count. And then I'm thinking is we can make this a dictionary and make it a dictionary of ints. That's what I'm thinking at the very least. That's what comes to mind. So we'll go ahead and add you there, do you there. Truth be told, we could probably get away with doing you. Let's see, you here. Selecting all of you, selecting all of you, selecting all of you. I'm selecting all of these by holding down Alt. So I'm selecting all of you, I'm selecting all of you, hold on, selecting all of you, holding all of you, and then holding all of you like that there. And then we can do minus, and then we can set that to 0. And then what I'm thinking is, anytime we do the name, so instead of if changed name, what I'm thinking is instead is we set the name equal to the enum name, but we don't just do that, because I think the enum name at the moment is a little bit tricky, or it's not grabbing the enum name possibly. But no! Hi! It's the stream. Oh no! Oh no! Hold on. Is it okay? Are we good? Is it fine? And hi, Melcy, welcome to the stream if I'm still here. Oh boy, that's no good. That's no good at all. It's having that, oh boy, that's no good. And is the stream scuffing or is it horribly my connection? Seems to be scuffing again. I'm not sure what it could be. Oh, that's no good. Bobby got her. Oh boy. Let's see if things will work out fine. Fingers crossed, I'm hoping. That is super duper unfortunate. Let's see. What did you last hear? And welcome in, Melcy. Unless if it didn't catch it before, welcome in. Let's see here. And then name enum. And then we go ahead and grab our type to spawn count. We grab our type. So let's see here, type. And then we can go ahead and do type equal to, and then we do type, and then we set this guy here to type equals to you plus 1, and then we can go ahead and do enum name, you there, and set you to plus, and what I'm thinking is we set this to string, and then we can do string here, and then we set that whatever string number, and we can also do here plus, and then for there, we'll do plus, and then underscore, and that should be good, I think, possibly. Tricky. I'll have to look into that, as I'm not sure. Initially, I thought it was construction work that was the angry issue when it came, but construction work's gone and passed. So I'm not too sure, not at all. Let me click on play here, and then let's see. Usually I get like an OBS error, but that didn't happen this time. Let's see. I click on you here, and then and my Cocomelon. Oh boy. Let me click on you, then let me click on you here. We should be all good to go. Let me click on levels now. And if we go back into the game, we have bitter item 1. Okay, they have names now. That's good. Do you see the names in the bottom? We have cake 1 item, sweet 1 item. And if I pick this up, we have sweet 1, and then we have you there. We go into you here, we have you. Interesting. Huh, okay. So, it's a little tricky now, but things are moving in the right direction. And reminder, folks, to take a break, save, stretch, hydrate, and eat if you haven't in a while. Well, thank you. I do agree. Save, stretch, hydrate, do all of those things. Those are super duper important. The good news is that now they are working properly. This is bitter 1 here, which is a little odd because this is also bitter 1. Interesting. Well, the good news is that we can go forward. I think now we just have to truncate it, or rather we just have to remove that underscore part if it is on the bookshelf. So to do that shouldn't be too bad, I think. If I click on you here, if I go into our guy here, I make sure I click on you here, make sure we're in backup and hydration. Sure can do.
Just redeemed
Let me click
hydrate.
on you here. Let me go ahead and click on you here for open with code. Let me get some Ritia here, and thank you for that redeem. Tasty. Okay, let me go ahead and make a backup here. So back up, there we are, beepin', and then commit, and then push, just so that we have a good stop point in mind. Let me also double check on YouTube side of things to make sure we're also good to go there. And then with all of that said and done, let me click on you here. Okay, so before the ad break, we can do this super duper quickly. If we go to the bookshelf menu, I believe, bookshelf, this guy here, we have a bookshelf, but the bookshelf opens up a bookshelf screen. So that's what I'm looking for here. I'm looking for like a bookshelf screen. So let's see here. Bookshelf. We have debug screen. I'm looking for our item screen. I think that's what I'm calling it. Or yeah, interactable select screen. This guy here is what we do. And then what we can say is, for new item, set item by type, we add the item icon grid, and it says set icon by type. So new item select, and we set the type, and then we set the new item. I'm wondering then, for this guy here, where exactly are we setting the name? This is an item select icon. We have the sprite, we have the type. There should be some sort of label, I would hope for at least. Yeah, item name label. If we go down here then, we take the sprite name, but we're gonna move it a little bit. We're gonna remove past. And reminder to also take a nap, take a shower, take a walk, take a lamb, and throw it in the pit. Hold on now. That's not good. I don't agree to that either. Oh boy. Hi Hydronics, welcome into stream, welcome in, and hey, what are you up to? Right now we're bug fixing a little bit before we continue the tutorial, doing a little bit of house cleaning. I hope you've been lovely, and I hope the project you've been working on has been going well. And hi Nyality, welcome into stream as well, welcome in, and howdy Ezra, or Erasa. You know what? Considering today, yes, I do agree. Howdy. Oh boy, what we'll do here is we will grab the underscore. So I believe, how do you do it again? There's a way to grab the underscore name. So it's like an index finder. So let's see, var, and then we have underscore, index. Let's see, let's call it our cut index. We'll set our cut index to be an int, and we'll set it equal to, and then it's going to be sprite name dot find, I think, find, right? Find what to from, I think, right? Is it dot find? And yes, I've been working on an alternative tool chain for building Android applications, so it's been going good, fixing bugs, huh? Indeed, right now when we open up our bookshelf, we get numbers. Numbers are a little bit funny on the bookshelf. For example, it says like bitter underscore 1 on the bookshelf. So what I'm wanting to do is I want to remove the underscore or anything after the underscore and the eye of the unending gluttony and bloodlust. Let's see here. If I and Bobby demands sacrifices, he just demands admiration and love. That's all he does, and affection. You know, he's a simple octopus. Let me go ahead and see about Godot and chop off from index string. Let's see what that pulls up. And numbers are looking funny. Lost between game engine abstractions type beat. Oh boy, let's see. We do, we have to find it here. Okay, chopped there. So I'm thinking what we have to do is define this guy here, and then from, so find, and then I think from, and then we have to just do 0 here. Oh, hold on, I think we do this guy here, and this dot find should allow us to get wherever it is in the index. And then now we just have to do substring. So we do cut index, and then what we say is we do sprite name dot, and then we do substring, and we do this number here. So from 0, and then 2, and then we do you here, cut index. And I think this guy will chop off anything past the name, so we won't have the underscore afterwards. And redeemed emo, I see that, and I guess I should say it to be a nerd. When you work with several people, cut index is not always descriptive enough to save them from figuring out what it is. I see, that's fair enough too. The thing is, so the good news is at the very least that, what is it called? I do think it's explanatory. And the good news is that since it's my project, I don't have to worry about working on a team. But that is good to know as well, in the sense of if I were working on a big team, then having, what is it called? Having words or having variables that mean something blatantly, I do think in this case, cut index is appropriate, because you can see cut index, and then you have the find, and it says to find the underscore, and then you cut it. So in this case, I do think it's explanatory, but I do understand yeah, I could see why you would say it to be not. If we click on play here, and then I click on you here, then I click on mute levels here. Now the hope is, oh, hold on, we're getting some debugger errors. Huh? Setting no name to cookie 1 to be unique with scene, but is already claimed. Yeah, interesting, huh? Interesting. I wonder why that is the case to be the thing. Huh. Yep, sure. Okay, well, let's take a look at that in just a quick second here. While the ad breaks are doing their thing, then we'll see about it. Oh boy, let's see here. If I stir this guy here. And it's not being a nerd at all either, Meowity. And what's your favorite game of all time? Ooh, and hi, is it Locks, I believe, if I recall correctly? Welcome back into stream. I'm not sure if the ads caught you or not. My favorite game, though, if I had to, it's tricky. It would have to be a tie between Minecraft and Undertale. They're both near and dear to my heart. It would be very hard to choose. Let me get a little bit more tea here. Tasty. And oh, nice grace choices. Thank you. Yeah, it's the thing of, well, the reason why is when I played Minecraft, it was that idea of you can create anything your mind imagines as long as you set your mind to it. And then for Undertale was the witty humor, the chatting, and the comedy behind it. And for my game, at least, I wanted to feel that sense of silly visual effects or silly comments and words going on the screen. I like it. But also what I've realized recently, at the very least, is, what's the best way to describe it? If any of you have seen the Marvel movies recently, the super recent ones, it feels as though they took the first few movies that did really well, that had the slapstick, or not the slapstick, but the comedy, the sarcastic comedy sort of thing, and they just upped it to 1,000, and now it just doesn't feel the same funniness. So I'm hoping at the very least that when I make my games, it's not that, it doesn't really dig in on that part, and that's light in the places it needs to be, and it doesn't go too hard in the places where it definitely you would notice. And imagine you get invited to work on a project and getting hit with player can only buttons, and the world is interaction. Is that from the one time I did the thing? And feed him now, Eris! He has already eaten! Look at him! He's happy and satiated! This is what he looks like when he's well fed. You haven't even seen him when he's hangry. That hasn't even happened before. Not once. He's eaten well and good, I assure you. He's been fine. Since we have about 45 seconds left, let me go ahead and sit up a little bit. And people hitting a lazy stride and typing ... for N in X. B as thing. Oh, that just sounds painful. Now that I can certainly agree to being, nope, definitely don't ever touch or don't ever do. That it should read as a sentence, or it should be easy to understand without comments. Sometimes comments are needed, but the hope is that it can read easily. Let me go ahead and go back here. So let's do some stretches slowly back. If anything breaks, call a Dr. Kohler, don't call me. I'm not to be held accountable for anything that might break. So slowly back here. And then we can go to the right here a little bit. And then we can go to the left here a little bit. And then ad break should just be about up. So welcome back from ad breaks. Welcome back in. if we teleport to here and we go and open up our tables, you can see now it has the proper name, which is lovely to see. So my question then becomes, why is it angry here? I know. Hold on, Let's go to cookbook dot here, type the spawn count. Let's then go to our cafe here. Yeah, let's go to cookbook. It's because we're creating this for every single object. So every object has its own array when it does not need to. We need to have one place that it references. So I'm going to put it here in cookbook, and then we're going to do advanced sprite dot type, or I was going to put it in cookbook, but actually, let's put it somewhere else. Let's put it in our utility. I think this is a good spot for utility. So we'll put it in utility, and then in utility, what we'll have happen is we will move it to about here. We'll then paste it into here. We'll then change these types to be advanced sprite. So if I grab you and do the advanced sprite dot, that should work. And then all we have to do is go back into our advanced sprite guy here. So let's see, item manager, where do we have advanced sprite? Just grab you here, yup. And now where I put this guy here, I then now type in utility dot, and now it's referencing outside of itself because this guy, every time it's created, it starts at 0. So hopefully now it should work. And so I can be extremely attractive, or so I can call your extremely attractive secretary. Hold on now. You're gonna have to back that one up. I don't understand any of those words, Jack. Let me click on levels here. Let me click on you here. Now we don't have the debugger because everything has its own name now. And if I pick this guy up, you'll see that this is suite number 4. And if I click on this guy, you'll see that this too here has its own name. And I can even, oh, hold on. I can even click on this guy here, and now we have suite 6 item. And if I delete him, he should now be suite, or I can even do bidder here. And I think it's going to be bidder 7. Indeed. So let us now know items and their item names. They're all specific. And hi, check. Hold on. Wait a minute. If I had a nickel for every time I've seen shoe checks in one place, I'd have 2. Which is not a lot, but it'd be weird that it happened twice. Welcome in the stream. Oh boy. The way I don't even think it's a different spelling of check altogether. Not even CHECK. How funny. Oh, that's lovely. Let's see. Let me go and close this guy. I believe we have successfully fixed one of the bugs I was talking about, where the name wasn't showing up properly. So I'll go ahead and I will cross that off of our list of errors. Reset the default keys not working. Nope, that's not it. Let me put on here. Let me go ahead and open this guy so you can see it as well. And hi, there's a third guy. Now you're all really 3 pointing at each other. And 2 checks and 2 nickels. I'd have to check the checks. Let's see. If I type in here, we can do here names not item names not registering. So item names not regist or ing. Items name not registering. Yep. And we can go ahead and do complete because we have completed that one. And I think there's one more bug that needs to be fixed at this very moment and keeping them in check. check. Oh boy, let me go and do squiggly here and do a complete or done, and then we do that there, and there we go. So that completes that one there. And now I think the other bug that needs attention at this very moment in time that we do have to get around to doing, as I'm looking at this list here, we have the bug of tutorial detect wrong for desk placement. Now, see, we've run into a bit of an issue here. Here I thought I was being descriptive, not descriptive enough. I don't know what these notes mean, which is very important to know. When you go back, explain the bug. Just don't explain something does not work. Explain why does it work. Explain how you can replicate the bug. That would be very helpful. I have not helped myself, but hopefully this is a lesson learned and I can do this in the future. I would do like tutorial doesn't work for desk placement because of something like that. We have here press place for selected when open the menu, escape is possible for key rebind, background music song resets, and reset the default keys not working. Okay, yeah, these guys make sense for the most part. Item names not registering. The last bug that we need to fix before I think we're good to continue with the tutorial is this guy here. What I can say is that if I go ahead and hide this guy, let me show you what it should look like when I click it. So we have this screen here. When we're in the game, when we go to this guy here, let me enable the music. When you start the game, so when you start the screen, it should look a little something like this. This should be it. And then you see all the letters and everything should work. should be a-okay, good to go. However, if I bring you into the main menu here, I click on test your own songs. Look what happens when I click on start. Something's off, clearly. So let's see if we can fix that too. Super duper important. Because while the testing mode of the game isn't important, the thing is, isn't important to the MVP. Let me clarify that. I really do enjoy how people can upload their own maps and try things out. I'm so glad I added that. That's one thing I wanted, not even from the very beginning, but the moment I thought of it, yeah, I was so happy. We have our calibration screen that also works the way it does. So this screen works, the game screen works. Oh, hold on. Just gonna, there we go. Yep, thanks. And then I'm gonna go there, reset that there, thanks. This guy, when you click start, it needs to start the game with whatever song you chose. So it shouldn't be too painful to do. And I know for a fact this series got at least 95, so if I'm check 14, he's check 94, and we're out there and there and here, and is the game working a part of the MVP? Well, the game does work. This is kind of like a special feature that's not important for the rhythm typing cafe, but this is important for community, so I do think it's important to fix, especially since we have broken it right now by doing the other screens. So I don't think it'll be too bad to try to solve this guy. We'll see. We'll certainly see. I'll go ahead and click on this guy here. I'll open back up to Obsidian, and we can say that this next bug is that the, let's see, spellcasting screen, or the test spellcasting screen is, fix bug, test spellcasting screen is broken. There we are. I'll copy this guy here. And then if I do here a little squiggly guy right there, and then if we do task here, you'll see, there we are. Good to go. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so to fix this guy, I don't think it's going to be too bad. If we go into our spell testing screen here, spell testing screen, it's this guy right here. This is the guy. And the idea is that when you click start, it generates a map and song and all of that, depending on what you fed it. So if we go ahead and we go into our spellcasting screen, my guess here is that somewhere along the line, this guy is not getting shown, and its starting mechanics and all of those things aren't getting played. So let's go a little bit into this and see why. When we press start, it does not start. So this guy here, we're looking for the start button, signal. And I should be able to find that. I think this is, which one's signals? This is properties. This is exported properties. Signals. I see it. Let's try using this. Load audio, load JSON. I see. Okay. Well, generate. We have start song. Where do we do our start button at? We have here on start button. We stop there. We exit out of our current game state. We then set the spell parser to random spell. We grab a random spell that is a sweet, sweet cookie. And then we start the current spell that we have set up. So when we do start minigame current spell, let's see what happens. I'll go ahead and click play on here, and let's go through this super duper quickly. That said, I click on you, I click on start here. All right, let's see. Once we click on start spell, we go ahead and start the spellcasting minigame. I see. You know what I think it is? I think all we have to do to fix this, I say, and then it's not all we have to do, but let me hope. I think what we do and what we say is that we do our spellcasting screen, spellcasting screen dot show. I think that's it. And then if I click on play here, and no, did it do the thing again? Oh no, hold on, let me check. Oh boy. Welcome back, we're back. Oh boy, I could not tell you what the issue is. Usually it says like OBS reloading, but it's not doing that today. Super duper odd. And task, fix the scuff. I wish I could, I tell you. Okay, if it happens one more time, I'm gonna do a different try. I'm going to try restarting the internet entirely all over again. Fingers crossed that would fix it, but I'm hoping it won't happen again. But we'll see. I restart it every time I start the stream, but maybe it needs an entire, and Twitch be tweaking out. I don't think it's your end. Really? Do you not think it's me? I hope so. That would be good. And she's restarting everyone's internet. The thing is, I have no clue. Oh boy. Let's see. And failed to fix the scuff screen. Impossible. And Jarvis murder the difficulties. Okay. Are you ready to see if just enabling the visibility fixes it? I believe. I don't know if you all believe, but I do. At start. Hold on. Let me just drum roll, please. Click on there. All right. Moment of truth. So it kind of fixed it a little bit, Sorta, kinda. I don't know if you see something missing, but the good news is it's like 50% visible. And if it was on your end, I doubt it will recover so quickly and smoothly. I see. Usually I have like an OBS pop-up saying disconnecting, reconnecting, but that didn't happen. It just happened invisibly. I think we just need to enable this guy, THELY space W. Yeah, okay. Few things need to be modified, but all in all, we are good to go, I say. Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay. Let me click on play here. Few things we have to fix. Going back into our, I believe our spellcasting. So let's see, spellcasting desk here, I believe. So this guy here, this guy starts the minigame. So we have add, and then let me also enable you here, you here. This guy starts the minigame. So there should be like a start spellcasting process. Here we are, we have enter calibration, all of those guys here. Otherwise, we run the spellcasting. When we run the spellcasting, we start by randomizing the map, and then we go ahead and set the dish. We set all of those guys here, and then we go ahead and say start spellcasting game.emit. So something here, oh, false. Oh, hold on. If I go ahead and just go back over to our testing screen, and if I don't know, if I were to just set that to false right there, and then click on play, perhaps may chance the things will show visibly. Do you agree, game? Is that the issue? Are you a little bit sad? No. It was worth a shot. Oh boy, okay, let's see then. Why is that the case? Let's see. Let's click on new here, start spellcasting minigame, current game or current spell, all of you guys here. Let's go into our spellcasting minigame then and see what the problem is. We have you here, we have on enter, on pause, yes indeed. There should be something along the lines. If I click on you here, I can show you. This is the screen. Right now, the screen isn't showing a few things, and I think it's just because of something that needs to be enabled or disabled. If I hide that guy super duper quickly, and we hide the calibration guy as well, which is going to be this guy here. Right now, the game looks like this, and hi, hold on, Tazolia. That's my best guess. Please correct me if I'm wrong and if I'm butchering the name or not. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. And you have to work for it. Show the game, sow devotion. I've almost worked on this game for 2 years. How more devoted can I be? She's casting magic. Oh boy. Let's see here. Funny enough, this is what she's doing, Gabby. Gabby is doing that at the very moment in time. That's why her mouth looks like that. She's casting a spell. Let's see. In our spellcasting screen, we have a spellcasting minigame. And, oh, you know what? The spellcasting screen is what decides what's enabled and what's disabled. So, it's not actually going to be in the minigame itself. That's the issue. It's going to be in the screen. So, let's see. We have set no fail, we have process, we have reset, we have create speech, we have update, all of those guys here. When we do on continue button pressed, on enable, yeah, okay, and on disable, interesting. Okay, and if not, utility.complete calibration progress bar show all of you guys there, and she be casting fireball and low tipping customers. Hold on now, if I'm going to be a wizard, it's not going to be a fire wizard. I don't know what wizard I'd be, but fire, that's so cliche. That's the classic, and definitely not necromancy either. It's too spooky. Let's see, if I click on then, we're here, we go into our spell testing screen. What we do is we enable this guy here when we swap to the screen. So I'm wondering, let's see, if we go back to here, spell testing screen, we have screens here. We need to enable the spell casting screen. So we need to enter into it. So let's see, when we do on start, we do on exit, current game state.exit. We exit the state, and then we enter the new state, whatever the exit state is. So, what's our exit state? Are we entering in the new state? That's what I'm wondering. And coding wizard maybe. And hi, is it Zero? Possibly? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And hi, Agape. Welcome in back as well. I don't know about that one. That coding wizard, I am still very much well, I guess I could be an apprentice, but I want to be a master at wizards or something. Or yeah, I can multi-class it all, but at least master class is something. Oh, I got it. What's it called? Not Mania. I don't think Mania is it, but Hysteria. No, that also sounds pretty bad. But a wizard of like something of that regard. I think that could work. That could be. It sounds crazy because Hysteria I think is crazy as well as Mania, but not crazy as in that sense. Hysteria is in laughing, funny things like that. That's what I mean. Let's see here. Insane. That's the opposite direction I want to go. Oh boy. Let me see. We are currently in the game state spellcasting here, and then we have manage game states. We have menu background screen. So we have game state spellcasting is our exit. Interesting. Okay. And then you here, we have our game state spellcasting, and then we also have our game state. So we exit out of you, we enter into you. Interesting. So we have two game states. The way my game works, the screens are set up like state machines. So there's an exit and enter state for each of them. We have our spell testing screen, which is this guy here. And then we also have our state machine of spell casting. So this guy here. And I'm wondering is, why is it the case that on enter, so we have an exit and then we have an enter. If we go into our spell casting guy here, upon entering, so let's see, spellcasting on enter, we should spellcasting screen.enable.show. I see. And do you have an, oh, I see. Okay, in that case, let's click on enable. So if we go back into this guy here, we go into our start button here, this guy here and the signal here, and Necromancer, that was a suggestion, I think. Culinary Mancer. Hold on, let me go back into this guy. Where are we at? Concepts is here. And Mesmer, and going to Mind Blast, typing customers. Mesmer sounds cool. I can agree to Mesmer. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here, since I don't know why you showed up. I can show you, I believe. I think Culinary is all. We have Culimancy, Goromancy. I do like Goromancy. And snorting glitter. Oh boy. Let me go back into programming here. Insanomancer. Oh boy. On start button press, we have spellcasting screen.show. In fact, let's not do show. Let's do spellcasting screen.enable. So spellcasting screen.enable. Enable. And enable, I believe, does also do show. So now, if we set it up to be that case, and why not Goromancy? We haven't decided yet, that's the thing. I haven't decided on the core names of everything, since I want to put a focus towards first figuring out the coding, making sure the game works, and then I want to start lore building with the backgrounds and the natures and the effects of different wizards. So I'm for now just putting all the names to the side and collecting them. That way when we get to a part where we can discuss it, it'll be a lot of fun. And hi Ray March, welcome into stream, welcome in, and welcome back. And hi as well, Lex, welcome into you too. And what program was that board made on? That program is Concepts, like the thought. If I go back into you here, Concepts, and I meant because it says, oh, I see, Goromancy. I see Gourmetmancy. I see, yeah, Gourmetmancy. And if I saw it right, yeah, Gourmetmancy and Gourmancy. Gourmancy, that's pretty close too as well, yeah. This guy here is a program I've used for game development, and I've been using it for, I'd say, probably close to almost 2 years now. I use it because I like the idea of doodling things out whenever I'm stuck on a problem, or things of that nature. And if I do exclamation FAQ, it is Concepts, like the thought, and that should be a link to it there. Link. That should be a link to it there. Let me bring you back down to where we were right about here. And let me bring you back into programming right here. And us being on the insane board, there is no insane board. It's gonna be shown to us in court someday. And did it do it again? Are you sure it's... Oh boy. Okay, that's... I gotcha. Good enough, fine and dandy. Okay, yeah, I'm going to go restart the stream. I saved? Are we good? It's back? Hi, Jaxus. Welcome in. Welcome back to supposedly scuffed, apparently. Okay. Yeah, that's what we'll do. I will be right back. I'm gonna restart things. Hydration.
The underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
And I'm wondering if that'll fix things or if it won't. One more time. I believe, since it's dropping and it's going back so fast, that's what I'm confused about. We'll keep going, and it's just a hiccup, and EU programming are so back. Yeah, it's like it was a hiccup, so we'll see. We'll be fine. All right, clicking on that guy. Thank you for the redeem as well, Chapel. Thank you. Let me go ahead and mute the music here. Back into the game. Let's see if this works. Start. I think we're good. THEY space W E and then R and then E space S O space HA. Lovely. Okay. One more thing I want to do. Apparently, the game has not been fixed. That's good to know. When we click on escape here, it should remove us from our current guy. Well, good news is we found another bug. Bad news is we found another bug. Oh boy. Yeah, why aren't we back in the main screen here? Interesting one. It makes me wonder, if we go into the game itself, and we were to go to the return screen, does it do the same there? So if we're here, we're spell casting away, and I click on exit, nope, we're good, we're fine, we're all good to go. Odd. And also, I believe you missed a stream streak. Hold on, there is no sound that plays, unfortunately, and congratulations indeed, Jaxus, for 25 stream streak. It doesn't show up, which is unfortunate. I don't hear like a little sound. And hi, Eris, what part of the tutorial are you working on? We are working on the bug fixing portion. Right now, this guy here isn't a part of the tutorial, but I wanted to fix it since we modified the screen to fit the tutorial. So this guy broke because we were working on the tutorial. So instead of waiting a little bit longer to fix it, I decided, you know what, let's fix it now. And they were so handsome the first time. Sucks. Beautiful words beyond my comprehension. And yeah, more time to spend on the game. Just a smidge. We're almost there. We just have to figure out now why it's the case that when we click on escape, why it is not going back to what we had it at. Let's see, there's disable possibly that could help. I'm wondering. We have you here, you here, you here. This is our spellcasting screen. And I believe our spellcasting game state here, this guy right here, should have a spellcasting screen. So upon enter, for example, here, it has spellcasting screen.enable. And then on exit here, we have disable, and we also disable the spellcasting screen. So for some reason, do you know what I just realized? Hold on. Why are we entering the spellcasting screen when we really should be exiting here? Yeah, utility.current game state, exit. That should automatically enter us into spellcasting, but it doesn't. Oddly. Alrighty, I got a good idea. What we're going to do is we're going to add a debug screen into this guy, and this should hopefully give us an idea of what's going on when we click on play. And bug fixing, the most joyful part of the process, the most painful, you mean? There's nothing enjoyable about us. It's all suffering. We have data name here variable, and I believe, let's see, do we have to set you guys here? So let's see, debug screen, set you here, here, and here. On ready, we need to do enable. So let me go ahead and click on you here, on ready, enable you there, and let me click on play here. And hopefully we can get it up and running. So if I click on you here, test your own, there we are. So you can see right now, our current game state is set to spell testing. Our options menu is the pause screen, and then we have game state spell casting. That is correct. When I click on start, the spell casting and the spell testing and the spell casting should swap. That's what I expect to see. And no, we don't fix bugs. We simply squish them until they're too small to notice. Not true at all. We use the good pesticide here, and I did it so lovely. No, we entirely eliminate them, obliterate them into tiny particles, and then obliterate those particles into particles. Let's see. If I click on start here, these two should swap. And do they? They do. Interesting. Okay. And then if I click exit, they don't swap back. Interesting. So it seems to be the case that our spellcasting doesn't want to have an escape or exit guy. Something is certainly off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to our guy here, and let's make sure that we are exiting the current game state and entering into the new one. And, but Eris, everything in game development is pain, but that's where the magic is. Well, hold on now. I am a fan of refactoring. It's a lot of fun. I could do it all day. It's enjoyable to try to do optimization. I like that part of development. And I also like the part of ideas and making the concepts and doing those things. And then they grow back and bite us in the knee. Oh boy. Let's see here. So our current game state here is this guy. Oh, game state is set to null. Interesting. Hold on. Maybe that's the issue. The game needs to have a game state set. So what we'll do then is we'll go ahead, and when we enter in our spellcasting screen, so upon, let's see, on selected songs, we should have one on like load. So on clear button, on enable, on generate buttons pressed. On load, there should be like an on enable, on disable, I believe. And howdy. Hi, Sea of Tranquility. Welcome in the stream. Welcome back. And no, that's entirely consistent. Oh, and let's see here. We obliterate particles into particles, indeed. And violated the laws of physics, indeed. And she's the one dictating the law, exactly. That's the whole idea of Eldritch. The fact that anything technically I say would technically go, and then they come back and bite us. Yup. And you have a fancy way of making features suffer from your actions. Oh boy, let's see. What we need to do is for this guy here, for our spell testing screen, for some reason, when we enter it, or rather, I say for some reason, there's not for some reason, there's a clear reason why. Let's go into this guy here, enable here, and what I want to do is I want to override the function for enable, and I want to do a few things. So we're going to start off by doing is we're going to start off by saying that we're going to first call our super. So I think if I do super dot enable, that should work. And thank you, Zero G, for the follow. And again, please correct me if I'm wrong in the name as well. But thank you, and welcome into clearly non-scuffed in the slightest. Oh boy, what I've done here for super dot enable is we're just grabbing these guys, and it's already packed into there. So we want it to do what it usually should do for enable, and then I want to say utility dot current game state should equal, and then we're going to say spellcasting screen or something like that. Sure can do. And for instance, if you pull quarks apart, before coming apart, they have enough energy to decay into more bounds. Oh boy, it sounds like a Hydra. Oh my, let's do some stretches then. Let's do some neck stretches. We'll start off by going to the left here, slowly and steadily. If something breaks, if something cracks, call a doctor, call a lawyer, don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything that happens to you or you're suffering or pain. We'll go to the left here, and then we'll go ahead to the right here, slowly. And aren't those redeems subjects that are supposed to pop up and... Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And yet they're not. I wonder. There's nothing there. I say. Well then, I will also put that in the to-do list of checking and saying why the technology does not want to technology. That's all right. That is odd, though. I can say, at the very least, that it is enabled. So it's not a thing, and that name was spot on. Oh, boy. Let's see, and I'm glad to hear it. That's always nice when I can get it right the first time. I want to set the utility.current game state to be game state spellcasting here. So I want to say game state spellcasting, so game state spellcasting here. Where do we use you at? We call you here, and we use you here. Yeah. And then I want to do game state spellcasting, or not, spell testing. Spell testing dot enter. Enter. That's what I want to do for here when we enable. And then upon disabling, I want to disable whatever guy's going on here. So we'll do function here, and then we'll do disable. So disable, and then we'll say for our super, oh, that's not right. How do you go? Hold on. That's void, and then you do this guy, and then I think you do that. There you go, like that. Yeah. Okay, and then we do super dot disable, and that the name was, how much do you use the tool scripts? I believe I've used it once. I don't think it was you, Lex, but I've been trying. I only learned about tool scripts, I think 2-ish months ago. I've been getting there. I say it, I've only used it once. I can show you where I've used it at. If we go into the cafe here, it was only something I learned about recently, and I'm glad I was able to at least start adding it to my scenes and everything. What I can show you is that this arrow here, I wanted it to modify whenever you edited it to show in the game. That way I wouldn't have to load the game up and then open and close and open and close. So, and I think it was Banafi, possibly, that helped figure this out. But now, there's a tool script so that I can automatically change the height in here, and it'll update in the game, which I do find handy dandy. I haven't found another reason to use it yet, but I'm glad to know at the very least that it exists now. So go in the future, if I need to, I can always have it there. And I didn't realize that was lovely. Yeah, it's another tool to use in my tool belt, so to speak. What I want to do is do utility disable, and then I want to do utility dot current let's see, current game state let's see, dot current game state equals null. There we are. No, like that. And I have acquired food, and now the stream died again. Okay, yeah, we're gonna see if restarting the internet helps at all. I'm not sure. We'll see. And we're back. I am so confused. Yeah, okay, we're gonna start. Give me like a few minutes. We'll be right back. I'm going to do that. I think that's the best course of action since it's coming on up and down a lot, but odd. Okay, we'll be right back then. Give me just a bit here. Give me a bit here. And thank you all for sticking around despite the technical difficulties. Oh boy, did you get the question, Lex? Did you see it before I end? She's spraying us blood for the blood gods. Hold on. Skulls for the skull's throat. If you didn't hear the answer, I'll answer that and then I'll refresh. I just want to make sure that was before my mind gets distracted. If I click on back to you here, I was saying that I only learned about it like 2 months ago, and I haven't had a need for it until very recently, and I got some help figuring out how to do it. But you can see here, this arrow is supposed to hover depending on where I want to show the player to go. So for example here, if I want the player to stand here, I needed a way to modify the arrow, but I didn't want to open and close the game to see the direction. So we added a tool script here to go up or down or up or down, like that there. So that's that there. That's why that exists there. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, with that said, ask another question. Let's test that theory. Oh boy. With all that said and done, yes indeed. Give me a few minutes. I will be right back. Gotta restart the internet. Thank you all for... Okay, shall we try this again? I don't even remember what we were doing. I had enough time to go grab some lemonade and get more tea, so at the very least I'm staying hydrated. I hope you all can say the same, and thank you again for sticking with these technical difficulties. I could not even begin to tell you the reason, but the good news is we're back. Hopefully the restart helped everything. We'll see. We'll hopefully see. The internet provider dropped a beer on the server. Oh boy. We will see. We'll see. With that said, hi Daniel Pancake. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Welcome back. Hi, and welcome in. I don't remember what we were talking about. It was something, surely, definitely. Only ads. I completely forgot about that. Oh boy. Never mind. I guess we have to wait for the ads to do their thing then. Oh, sure. Why not? All right. Well, while we're waiting, and hi, welcome back in. I don't know if you can hear me because of it. Oh boy, we won't do anything while we're waiting. And hello, long time no see. Hello, and welcome back to you as well, the both of you. Oh boy. Well then. Good news is, while we're waiting on the ad break, it gives me a chance to figure out what I was doing. Oh, I remember we were about to test the game to see if this enable and disable works. I have no idea if it will, but I'm excited to see. It also makes me wonder if the guy here, have you coded the website yet? Not at all. Nope, not one bit. I hope to sometime sooner. Hold on, let me also delete this message here. I hope to sometime in the fall, I think. Either the fall or the late summer, I think, is our best bet. Possibly. Right now, at the moment, as long as, let's see, unpin this message here. Yeah, unpin. Right now, the current trajectory is I want to put a big old focus on working on the game. So once we finish the tutorial, I want to then work on, I think there's something else I wanted to work on once the tutorial is done. I can actually show you. Trippy Golden. Hi, Chapel. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. Let me bring you into, if I click on you here, I should be able to hide one of these screens eventually, and they should show me what I'm looking for. Hide. Oh, here it is. Found it. There we are. This one, right? Nope, not that one. That one. Nope, not that one. Hide. Found it. Okay. And then I'll bring you into planning screen. Ooh, juicy spoilers. Yum. Oh my. Let me bring you into here. There we are. Lovely. So what you can see is that this is the current roadmap of the game. Once we rework the tutorial, I plan to solve bugs. I had wanted to add like a power-up system, like a mini store you could use. So we're paying what you get from the ghost and the customers. I wanted there to be like a mini shop that allowed you to have boost and level ups. But truth be told, I think that's a little bit out of scope. I think it's a nice idea, but at this point, it's not required for the game to function. Technically speaking, it could really just be a game of serving customers, and then maybe later on we can add the whole power-up idea, because I wanted to have a way to have a skeleton butler, and I wasn't sure how I wanted to add a skeleton butler into the game, so I thought, you know what, maybe if we had like a store or something where you could redeem the points or do something of the sorts. No, now that I'm thinking about it, I do think, while it's not the MVP, it is going to be important to add into the game, because, and what if I want a shop to boost myself into infinity? Oh boy, if we did a shop as well, we'd have to figure out economics, wouldn't we? And figure out how to cost things and points. But I'm realizing we probably will have to add a shop, even if it's not a power-ups and boost, just because we need a way for the player to be able to unlock the new flavors and new foods, we can always just have it connected to the levels, but I don't know. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back, and welcome back to the stream's disruption. I was just talking about the plans for the game. One person brought up the wanting to update the game, or not the game, the website, my website. I've been wanting to update it, but I want to put a big focus on the game. And I'm thinking I definitely want to try to aim for a tutorial done by the end of the month. And then we'll see about solving the bugs, doing all of those things. And then we'll see where we're at with the power-up system. And but if you do that, you can add the management tag in the game. I do love a management sim. I do love a good management sim. And add a casino to the game so we can gamble our tuition away. Oh boy, everyone's rich here. I don't even know if it would matter. Oh my. Let me go ahead and bring you into our programming. Are you all also hearing there's like an error sound constantly going off in my ear? If you don't hear it, that's good then. I'm not sure what my computer is getting an error about, but I'm sure it's fine. Oh boy, we were just about to test this enable and disable to see if the super worked or not. And let's see here, Gambling Souls it is then. Oh boy, it reminds me of, what do you want, a bagel, 2 bagels, and we're almost halfway there. Yeah, isn't it lovely? It's exciting. And this here, let me bring you back into this guy. This guy here is to show what needs to be released for the demo. So this was all the things I can think of that needed to be done for the MVP. Once the MVP is complete, we can flesh out the game, we can add cool additions with other wizards and things of that nature. Right now we're doing the bare minimum to make sure that the game is fun and that it's functional. As you can see, right now it's semi-yes and functional. And everything that we wanted to add isn't in the moment, isn't here at the moment. But the good news is we are slowly making progress, and I don't even know what I'll do once Necrotype Cafe is over. Oh boy. So we're back here, level data. We have game state, spell casting or spell testing, and then we have casting. So we have testing, casting. When we click on start, we want to see it say casting, testing. So we want these two to be swapped. You can't see it as I'm hovering over my mouse, so hold on, let me click on you here, click on you here, click on you here. And then if I click on you here, there we go. All right, you should be able to see it now. So we're expecting them to swap in a task, put the fun into functional. Oh boy, let's see. Click on start and we get, So we do have the game state spell casting, spell testing. That's good. And then if we click end, we are still in spell casting and not spell testing. So this guy here is not at the moment working. Oh, hold on. This is game state spell testing. We need to make this, oh no, that's right. Spell testing not entered? No. Current game state needs to be spell testing. And I think that works. Click on play then. And Necrotype Cafe 2, Revenge of the Safety Inspector. Dun dun dun. I think the Necrotype Cafe 2 would be once Gabby graduates out of school and she actually gets to open up her own cafe. I think that would be a lovely addition. We click here on start. We are in spell casting and spell testing, and interesting. Something is off. Something is super duper off here. Apparently it's not to do with any of this enable disable, which I'm wondering then, where are we? Somewhere along the lines where we're having a little bit of a funny issue with it not appearing and revealing itself. So let's see why that's the case. When we are in our spell testing screen, what happens when we enter? We do on enter, and I believe it should enable everything. And we can see that the current game state does get set to spell testing. And we can even see here that our exit state is this guy here. So exit state says spell casting and our pause screen is this guy here. And then if we go into our spell testing, what we should be able to see is that spell casting. We can see that it goes to spell testing and we have the options menu. So this is correct. The issue we're running into at the moment is that for some reason, it does not like the idea of enter, exit, which is what I'm confused about. So what I'm thinking is we can do, I want to delete our, what is it called? Debug screen. I'm gonna delete that guy. Then we'll go into the cafe, or not cafe, we'll go into our home screen and let's enable that there. So if I go on my home screen, this is the home screen of the game. You can see we have all of the menus here, and that way we can just disable or enable them depending on what's visible. And then I'm gonna grab our debug guy here. So debug screen here, drag and drop it into here. And hopefully when I click on play, this might give us a little bit more insight into what's going on and what states are being entered and which states are being exited. And let's see here. Game object of type nil. Yes, indeedy. Do we have a current game state? You are a current game state. Data pause container. Yep, you exist. That's this guy here. It says at the very least that you exist. I don't know what any of you, where'd you come from? That's a lot of stuff going on. We just want to know the game state. This game state doesn't even say what it is. It doesn't have like a thing to say what it is. It doesn't let me know. It says game state data pause container. We do see that. We have utility current game state. Oh, I see. Okay, right now, when I hover over this guy, it gives us the game state of null. So we don't have a game state. So what I'm going to do is, if our current game state is null, so we'll say if game state, utility.current game state, utility.current game state, current game state equals null, we'll then do something here and then we'll do return. Otherwise, we're going to do other things here. And then I'm going to grab all of you here. I'm going to paste you here. And then I'm just going to set you to this guy here. And we'll set you to equal to null. So we'll grab all of you guys here. We'll erase you. So copy you. And then paste you into here. And then we'll go ahead and paste you into here. And we'll paste you into here. And then we should be able to click on tab here. Thank you for the hydration.
The _ Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Tasty, and gambling souls it is then? Hold on now. I definitely don't think gambling will be in the game, but I do like the idea. And someone brought it up when we had the music jam. A gambling, or not gambling wizard, a lucky wizard, like a wizard that deals with luck, like a fortune teller. And hi, the Fultic Ace. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello, Harris. Heresy. Hello, Eris. How are you? I am doing so at the moment. I am suffering in silence. Oh boy, right now we're having a bit of technical difficulties, but the good news is that I am at the very least here. We're streaming, it's working at this current moment in time, knock on wood. So you know what, I'll take what we can get. Aside from the technical difficulties, I'm enjoying myself. I'm having a lot of fun here, and it's Horus Hezra, Heresy, where? Horus Hezra. Oh boy, we'll set these guys equal to null and then we'll set it to return. That way, if it is to be the case that we don't have a current guy currently, yes indeed, current guy currently, it'll say null. That way we can know. If I click into, oh, I do need to figure out why this debug screen doesn't allow me to do, what is it called? The mouse. I want the mouse to be ignored, but it doesn't like me having the mouse ignored. I just want the mouse to pass through, but it doesn't allow me to do any of that. If we have here, we go to mouse, okay. Hold on, I think I figured it out. I think it has to be pass, not ignore. Let's see if that works. And such distinguished vocabulary, and the mouse doesn't want to be ignored. Oh boy, I think what we have to do is click on pass, possibly. And then we are probably going to have to do all of these as pass as well. So pass, and then we have, don't tell me I have to set all of you to pass. Okay, you're there. Yeah, you should be pass. You should be pass as well. So pass. And then let's see, that's that there. You should be pass. Yes, pass. Okay, good. I think you're all already set to pass. You should be at the very least. I shouldn't have gone that deep. Apparently, I went that deep. Pass. Let's set you to also pass. And then we also have you here. Pass. Let's see. Mouse. Pass. I think this is it. And then we have you here for pass. Let's see, mouse here, pass. And then we have you here, pass, mouse, pass, pass. And then lastly, we have, I think, this guy here for pass. And it's too much pass? Is it? Should it be pass too? Should I be pass too? Depends. Are you going or are you coming? And I'm guessing there's no option to copy the pass. I'm wondering if it's the pass. I know that there is a setting. You can see that it says propagate up. I don't remember what that means. I think I'm just setting it wrong. If I hover over this, it says the control will receive mouse movement input events and mouse button events. Hold on. And it says it'll click on, the control will also receive it. And here says the teacher, you pass and you pass and you pass and you pass. Everybody pass. And let's see here. I swear if you say pass one more time and it's too much pass, we'll see. And the mouse doesn't want to be ignored. We'll see. I'm hoping that fixes it because I have a button I want to click right here, but I can't click it because it's in the way. That's why I want to have the pass there, but it's not trying to do that. So, you know what? Fine. I can work with this. This is where we evolve, you see. Instead of having it on the left, we put it on the right. I said on the right. Why can't we put it on the right? Hold on. You there? Yeah. Why don't we want to move? If I move you here, this is our HBox screen. Yeah. But I want you to go over here. Yeah. Okay, and then expand. But why won't you go? Oh, I know the perfect fix for this. You go here. Yeah. Okay, now we click on play. Problem solved. And no, I want to be monkey. Or just a monkey. And evolve like that guy from yesterday. Evolve. No. I still can't click it. Odd. Super duper odd. Okay, it's gotta be something to do with the canvas layer. Visible, follow viewport, process mode always, visible layer. Let me see. Godot 4. Yep, Godot 4. Godot, G-O-D-O-T, Godot 4. Oh, hold on. You guys should be pass, right? You're pass. You're pass. You're pass. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Godot 4. Mouse won't click on C-L-I-C-K. Click on canvas. Canvas, buttons under canvas. Buttons under C-A-N-V-A-S. Mouse won't click under buttons canvas. And in Godot 4, set mouse filter to ignore. Yeah, I did that. And it didn't like it. And have you tried putting it in rice? Rice does sound tasty right now. It says to put it to ignore. I tried ignore though. Ignore. And then we have ignore. Ignore. Okay, try again. Possibly, maybe it fixes itself. If not, we could click a little more. Nope, I can't click it. I still can't click the test your own button screen. Odd. If you have containers, yeah. Subview, interesting. Button not responding to the mouse. How to fix the button? How to fix the button in canvas layer? Okay, well then, I'm thinking or hold on. If we just hide this guy, we lastly have this guy then, right? And long time no see. I don't think I've ever seen that name before. Did you change your name? It looks like a barcode. I feel as though I would recognize such a name. See? I'm glad I'm not the only one. Beep. Hello, welcome in. It also says you're a first-time chatter too, so maybe you gotta do an account. Oh boy, let me go ahead and see about theme, visibility, order. I'm just wondering, why can't I press the button? You know what? Fine. We can evolve past this evolve. In fact, exactly. I got a new account. I see. What was your previous account? That might jog my memory. I'm wondering for this debug screen, because it is a screen, right? Or are you not a screen? You are a screen, so you do have a toggle visibility. Odd. Hold your horses here. Okay. Well then, since it seems to be the case that these guys are angry at us, that's fine. I have a backup solution. And that comes into play in that if I just slide these guys back over here, very simple. What we have to do is squinting, trying to figure out which of those are which eyes and which L's, and calling wizard magic cheats is based. Hi, Ronnie. Welcome in, Mystery. Welcome in. And what about a backup for your backup? Well, that's plan D. We haven't gotten that far. To do this backup, I just have to disable debug screen. There's like a debug screen. Yeah, debug screen disable. Yep, and then do false. Aha, and then aha, and then what we do is do let's see, enable, enable, E-N-A-B-L-E, enable. I see. It's not enable, it's true. Let's see, T-R-U-E. There we are. And always have a backup for your backups. Oh, hold on. Why are we angry? Invalid name enable. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. How about enable though, or true? Hold on, let's see. Main menu back to here. You're there. And then I go ahead and set you to false. Yes, or not enable. I keep typing enable. False should hide you. We go then into here, we should be able to set you to true. Interesting. Everything's breaking. And let's see, always have a backup for your backup and then forget about it. Exactly. That's the type of backups I look for. The backups that you have, and then you realize, oh man, I didn't even have that one. What a great thing to see. And it's only plan E in this town for embrace cake. Not true, not at all. It's seriously what? Oh boy. All right, I'm wondering why our debug screen is still a little funny. I'm going to, let's see. I want to see if we have a default for this guy here. What I'm wondering is, for our player-owned songs, what happens when we press that button? If we go into, let's see here. Oh, no, we're good, we're fine. I want to see about, in our home screen, this guy here. If we go ahead and hide you here, really delete, we can delete you. You're fine to be deleted. Let's see, our debug customer, we're looking for our main menu screen, which is going to be this guy here. So specifically in this screen, we have a button for our music GM button, music GM text. Is it still colory and bright with colors? No, unfortunately, that's fine. We have spell test. When we click that button, what do? Let's see. We change the scene to spell testing screen. I see. That does make sense. All right. And when we change the scene to our spell testing scene, what do we get here? We should get our not ready function. We just changed the scene. Hold on, let's see. Spell testing screen. Let's go back into our main menu guy here. Back in the spell test. Just double checking here. I want to see, is it a signal? Are we entering the scene? What exactly are we doing for our main menu guy? We click on that guy here. Yes, we are doing get tree and then change scene to packed. I forget what that means. That's a whole Godot thing. I definitely think that means that we delete everything and we restart from this guy. So I think it is definitely a function on ready, whatever this guy is here. So that then makes me wonder, if we go ahead and I don't remember really. Oh, that's no worries. No worries at all. Starting fresh, that's A-okay too. What would you like to be referred to as though? That's super important. And found Eris like 2 years ago on YouTube. I see. Well, welcome back in indeedy. 2 years ago, I think I've been streaming for almost 2 years, truth be told. We'll be on the 2 years anniversary quite soon, but welcome back all the same. Let's see here, John Barcode. Oh boy, I want to see about doing utility current scene, current game state, enter. What happens when we do that? And I click on play here and let's see here. If I click on you here, we have current game state. Hold on. Utility current game scene. Current game state scene. Let's see, current game. Current game state, current level data. Do we not have you or I see. Okay, hold on. Screen here. We have enable, disable. We're looking for the game states. That's going to be this guy here. Spell testing screen. Game state here. What function do you use exactly? Game state. Let's see. We have game state spell testing. You have that there. We go back to you here. We're going to do. It should be enter. And it's going to be utility whatever the global one is. So let's go back into our guy here, spell testing screen. That's this guy here. Back to here, back all the way up here. Is that in VS Code? I see. I learned some coding. Well, congratulations. That's always nice to hear, especially if it's been 2 years ago. Yeah, that's a lot of improvement. I'm always happy to hear that, especially for coding. Coding's that sort of thing where I always enjoyed. I think it's lovely. Let's see here. Our spell testing screen is going to be this guy here. We should then have a set guy. So we have our spell casting screen. Is that what we were just on? No. We are on a spell testing screen. And when this guy gets enabled, we current game state. I see. We set the current game state. Do we enter the current game state? Utility current game state enter. There we are. Enter. There we go. Okay. Let me close this guy. Then we click on play. Maybe here in utility whatever. Utility really is a one-size-fits-all. I can certainly say that 100%. And our main menu guy here, spell test visible, enable spell test. Yep, we can go and close you here, click on play here. And while we're waiting, let me get some lemonade. Tasty. Okie dokie. With all that said and done, let me click on the test button. Are you ready to see if this breaks or not? I surely am. Let's click on start here. It does break, which is all right. That's fine, I suppose. It doesn't hurt every so often. What it makes me wonder then is, let's go back to our debug guy. So if I go back to debug here, debug screen. Let's enable it guy here again. Click on play, and then let's see. If I do you here, and then we go to test, and then let me also click on this guy here. And as long as there's no smoke, is it really an issue? Well, the thing is, smoke smoke's no good for you. It's not healthy. I'd be very concerned if you said that there was smoke appearing. Let me go ahead and click on you here, hide the debug screen. I think, yes, okay. And I should be able to enable the debug screen. We are in the state of spellcasting options menu testing. All of you guys here. So we do enter spellcasting. That's good. We are doing that at the very least. And when we exit, we should go back to spell testing. Oh, hold on. When we exit, we should go back to spell testing, which we don't. Interesting, interesting. Current game state is still spellcasting, I think. How odd. Okay, we might, since the debug screen's not being reliable, it was a thing I've been working on having, we might just have to make a new, not a new debug screen, but we might have to go the print method, and as long as it makes my lungs tickle. Oh boy. What we can do is something super fun. I do like doing these. What we will do instead is, let's go ahead and close this guy here. No, we'll keep this guy. Yeah, we'll keep this guy. And then we're going to go to our screen here. And what we can say is, in our screen here, we have is active, is enabled. No, we're looking for our game state. You here, hello game state. If I click on you here, we have enter and we have exit. What we're going to do is we are going to say the previous game state, and then we're going to say the current game state, and we're going to print it out. That way we can know for certain where we're going, who we're trying to go for, and all of those things. And hi Rodrigo, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. So what I'll do is, in our utility, let me grab the arrow key I've been using for the font. It should be down here somewhere. It should have a little arrow, or a little arrow guy. I'm not sure what it looks like. It should look like one of these guys here. Let's see. Do I not have the arrow on hand? Am I going to have to find it again? You can see I have a little circle here, for example, I found online. I also have like a little exclamation mark and all of these guys. I should have an arrow. I just might have to Google it. Let's see here. Arrow, copy, paste. This is where, what is it called? Oh, you know what? I like the idea. Okay, we're taking a small smidge of a detour here because I think this would be a good idea. What we're going to do as well is we're going to grab these guys super duper quickly, and let's also make it a, let's see, this is to and from, yeah, okay. We'll find the arrow wherever it is at. I don't know where it is quite yet, but I'm sure we'll be able to find it. In the meantime, what I want to do is I want to have these symbols labeled as names. That way we don't forget them. So I'm going to copy this guy here, copy out you here, and then we're going to do back up to here, and we'll say instead up here, current game state, all of you guys here, we'll have an enum for, and we'll call it symbols, SYMBOLS, enum for symbols, and then we're going to have an enum to font. So let's do you here for just a second. If I do Control K here, there we are. We can then go ahead and say that we want to have a var called symbol, SYMBOL, symbol to string. And it's going to be a dictionary of strings, so dictionary, and it's going to be a dictionary of symbols to strings, symbols to string, like that. And with that said, we should be able to do this guy here, click on enter. And lastly, what we're then going to do is copy all of these guys here, remove them, paste them about here, I'd say. And with that said, we should be able to do, I believe it's Control Tab, not Control Tab, Shift Tab, there we are. Then Control K, and then we should be able to make these symbols into a few guys here. I'm gonna remove this guy here, I'm gonna remove this guy here, I'm gonna remove this guy here, remove you here, remove you here, and I want to see if I can find that arrow symbol super duper quickly. Oh, I found it! So I just have to find where it is in the code. If I do Control Shift F, this is the little arrow symbol I've been using, and you can see these are the places I've used it at. So indeed, let's also add that in there. So we do that guy here, do Control D, there we are. Okay, these are the symbols we have to work with. So we have a symbol for check, so CHECK, check. We also have a warning. We also have here a small x, small underscore x. We'll also then do here diamond, DIAMOND. We also have here a plus, so plus. I'll also put on here big X, so big X, big underscore X. And then we'll also do on here arrow, like that there. And after that, what we can do then is set this guy equal to these here. So we'll make you that guy there. We can then hopefully select these guys at the very least, have them delete it, then go back to here, 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 and here, delete you guys here, delete you here, delete you here, and have these guys here. And then we need to have commas all along here. So set you all to commas. There we go. And then what we need to do is remove all of these guys here as well. So these guys can get removed too. Well, so you should really go there, about there. Yep. And then we can go ahead and remove all of our symbols here. And then I'll go ahead and make this guy here. And then lastly, what we'd have to do is do symbols dot, whatever it is. So I'll go ahead and do this guy here. We'll paste this guy along here, do symbols, and then we'll do dot. and then we'll do dot for you here, and then we'll do shift tab to switch these guys back over. And then this is going to be symbol.check, this is going to be symbol.warning, this is going to be symbol.small, this is going to be symbol.diamond, this is going to be symbol.plus, and then this is going to be symbol.plus, big X, so that there, plus goes here, and then we have symbol.arrow goes here, and I think I did the dictionary wrong. It should be equal to you here like that. Are you happy now? What's the issue now? And could not parse singleton? Huh? Uh-huh. Var symbols. Oh, I think I know why. Hold on. Let's see. No, I don't know why. It figured itself out. Sure thing. Oh boy, we'll set these all to be space. I could have just used the old button again, but that's all right. We save that guy there. And now what we can say is anytime, now it's gonna be a little bit tricky just because of the way I have it set to now. So again here, we can modify this too. I'm just doing this so that in the future as well, whenever I want to use the check symbol, I won't have to Google and copy and paste. That's why I want to get whenever I want to use the X symbols, that's what I mean. So we'll go here and we will have this guy here, and we'll do a function for put in brackets. So put string in underscore brackets, put strings in brackets. We'll then have a string here, so we'll say to string to use, string strng underscore to underscore use. We'll then set it to be a string here. We'll then set it to return a string, so we'll have a little arrow guy here for return string, and then we're going to just simply say to return, and it's going to be this guy, and then it's going to be you there, then it's going to be plus, and then it's going to be you, whatever our string is. So we'll put here string to use, and then it's going to be another plus, and then we're just going to have the right guy here, right bracket. And with that said, now the hope is that here instead, where we have all of these guys, we can go ahead and remove them and modify them a little bit more. So I can have that guy there, which is going to be that guy. We have this guy here, so I should just be able to grab you, and you, and delete all of you, since you'll be your own symbols in just a moment. Or rather, let's keep you just so I can remember. And then what we're going to say is, let's see, put strings in brackets. So put string in brackets, and then it's going to be the symbol, and it's going to be symbols dot, and this guy here is going to be our warning. There we are, symbols dot warning. So that doesn't feel, I think it's check mark, right? So check mark, there we are, symbols dot check, and then it's going to be plus, so plus, and then we can do that there. And that is that. That's what it's going to look like. However, let's see here, utility dot symbols, and then we have dot string. Oh, hold on. Symbols check, and then it has to be symbols to string. There we are, and then that there. It looks super duper off, especially because this was simpler. But the hope is that anytime I want to use the symbols, I'll be able to. Anytime I want. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm going this mile here. So we can go here, paste this here, paste this here. This would equal this would equal this. And then we set this to warning. So you're going to be warning. You're going to be our small x or small x. Yep. Small x, you're going to be our star. So you are a star, or what are you exactly? Are you diamond maybe? Diamond? Here we are. Okay, we'll set that to there. Though, truth be told, I said it was a star, so I'm going to call this a star. Dot star. There we no, there's a star in the game. I think this diamond works better. Diamond fits. And with that said now, all we got to do is grab this guy here, and then select all of you here, select all of you here, select all of you here, and paste this into here. That goes there. That fixes that. And then lastly, we have these symbols here. And I'm wondering, do we want to do something special, or do we just keep it the same? We could certainly do that. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. I'll then go ahead and we'll set this to be put strings in. Oh, doesn't even have to be strings in brackets. We can just grab the symbol here. So grab this guy here. This is going to be a plus. So copy you here, all of this guy here. Yep. And then we'll say you there, and then plus a space. So you plus a space. So it'll be something like this, and then plus a space. So we have this guy here, and then lastly we have this guy, and we have this guy here, which is going to be a big X. Big X. So that takes care of all the symbols guys I was talking about before. And then lastly what we can say is, going to this guy here, have this little arrow guy here. Anytime we use this arrow, this is where I would want to modify it so that it is a little bit different. So instead, what we're going to say is that utility dot, so utility dot, symbols to string, symbols, this is going to be utility dot as well. So utility dot, and then we have symbols, and then we have big X, so this is going to be instead an arrow. So arrow would go here, and now I can just, anywhere we have this, I can find and replace it here. That would go there, and then what we can say is you here, oh, hold on. Is that right? Yeah, that's right, that's right. Hold on, redo. And then we have you here, just making sure. Yep, we have this guy here. So we need to do find and replace. So find, replace, paste you into here, replace all. And then we have here, oh, you know what I just realized? That won't work, will it? Oh, I thought this would be easier, but I'm realizing maybe just having like something else on, like saving it as a notepad. Saving it in a notepad will work better, because this though, it's asking a lot of me to do this. So I wonder, is it cleaner to do it this way, or is it cleaner to do it the other way? I'm not too sure. Let me go ahead and click on this here. We would move that to there. We would move this guy to here so that they would go in between here. I'm hoping that it'll be nicer in the long run, but I'm not too sure. We'll save that to that there. Then we'll have you here. You're supposed to be now this guy here. So paste that into there. There we are. And then it seems to be the case of, lastly, we have it here for this little arrow here. And we can just go ahead and do this guy here for whatever you are. So you're going to be that there. Then you're going to have a plus. So let's see. You are exactly what? You're in little brackets here. So if I just paste you into here and remove your brackets, so let's see. Your brackets will be you there, you there. You're going to have brackets. So we can just remove that there. And then you don't need brackets either. So you're just that. There we are. Okay. And that should get rid of every arrow instance we have so that it's up to date now. And the sole reason why I wanted to do all of that is because for any time I want to use the arrow, now I can. I don't have to worry about Googling it and seeing if I can find it, or whatever X I use. Everything can stay more consistent was the hope of everything. Let me get some lemonade here and then we can continue. Tasty, tasty. Alrighty then. So with all that's said and done, I'm also going to make a backup here. So back up. There we are. Save it, commit it, and push it. And with that said and done, what we'll do then is we will go back into here, save this guy here, and I then go back to our spell, or not our spell testing screen. Now what we can do is if we go to our game states here, so if I go to game state here, game state, this guy here, now we get to do a few things. On enter here, I also want to get the old game state and I want to get the new game state. And I want to print it out into the console. That way I can understand what's going on. So what I can do is do utility dot, that's not utility, dot print debug message here. And then we need the message. So we'll put the message here when we get the message, we'll also put where to reference it out. We want ourself, and then it's going to be utility dot, and it's going to be utility dot utility dot debug color dot notify. There we are. Okay. And with that said, now we need a var for our message. So let's see. Message, 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 and this is going to be a string. And now we can go ahead and set the string to, let's see. What can we say? Switching game states. Switching game states. Switching game states. There we are. Switching game states. And then what we can say is, let's see. How can we say this? Switching game states. I would want to do a to and a from. So I want to grab this guy. I would then do a %s for the string of the name of the game state. And then we're going to do a space. We're going to do plus. We're going to paste in here our arrow symbol so that it does what it needs to do here. And then we can go and remove you as well. That goes there. And then we can go ahead and do a % as well and do % for string. So this is where the arrow's going to go. And with that said, now we can do message here, do this guy then, and have it be the case of doing you there. And what we're going to do is okay. Not only will we have a message of string, we're also going to have a message, and I'm thinking maybe we just make this into a function that could also make it easier to do as well. Like for example, get to from or get before after or something like that. I'm not too sure, but I don't like the way this sounds. We'll have to do it twice, so it's not like it's too bad to do, but it feels a little off. So let's do it once and then see about the double. So we have var message here, and I also want to get the var for the old underscore state. So var old state, and then what I want to do is set it to a string, and I want to set it equal to null, so equal to null. And then what I'd like to say is that if old, or if our, let's see, exit game state equals null. So if our exit game state equals null, or if we have an exit game state, set the old state equal to exit game state dot name. There we are. So then what we can say is, for our message, we are going from our old state. So old state here. And then we can say here that we are doing ourselves. So our name. So I should just be able to do name there. So it'll tell us where we are coming from and where we're going. And I'm thinking it's a little bit tricky to do just because this enter here. But I guess, technically speaking, this enter and exit is okay because entering at least is going from before to afterwards. Or no, yeah. Switching, let's see, exiting game state going to, yeah, okay. Entering into game state, entering into game state, and then we have our current one, and then we can say, and entering into game state, and then we say coming from entering into game state. You know what? I like that. And then exiting into game state, and then we have our to and from. Yeah, I like that. I think that's good. And with that said, we can go ahead and here say then that if we do not have an exit there, so I'll copy you here, grab all of these guys here. And then on our exit, we can say is, you here. Well, you know what I just realized as well, is that game states don't technically have to be a, what's it called, linked? Because one game exit doesn't have to be another game's exit. So maybe we don't say our enter and where we're coming from. Maybe. I like that a lot better. So you know what? Actually, we're going to say instead that we are entering into game state. And that's it. Entering into game state. And then we'll have here, instead of entering into game state, we're going to say you here, do plus, set your to name, and then do a plus here. I like this a lot better. And then we'll do you here. So entering into game state, have this guy here, and this is going to be our message. And then we can go ahead and remove this guy here. So don't need any of that anymore. We're just going to do this here for this guy at the very least. And this is going to be our show. So we are entering into game state, and this will give us the game state name. We don't even need the arrow, truth be told, either. So we can go and remove that as well. Okay, so entering into game state. After that, we have this guy here. And on our exit, this is where we want to go. So exiting from game state to. So we can say here, entering into game state from. Entering into game state here, exiting from game state, something like that. So exiting from game state, exiting from game state, and then it shows the old and then the new. I think that works out. So we have the old state, and our old state actually is our own state. So we can actually say instead that we're looking for our new state. So we say in here, new underscore state, like that there, because that is our new state. So we do you here, and then we go from our state here to new state. So our name, and then new state here. And then what we can say then is our exiting from game state. So we have the old, and then we have the new. And that our old is our current one here. And then we can also say here that if exit game state, new state equals that one there. Yep. Okay, so I think we're all good to go there. If exit game state, yep. New state is going to be whatever our exit state is. That looks right. So let's give it a try now. The hope is that anytime we enter and exit a game state, we'll be able to see exactly where we are in the code. For example, here, I think if we click on test, we should see enter. And we do. Entering into game state spell testing, which is what we want. So hopefully now we won't have to worry about using the debug screen since it seems to be broken at the moment. So I'll go ahead and delete you. And I want to mess around with this just a brief moment here. So we have, when we join the game, or so when we start up the game, we aren't in a game state, I believe. Yes, indeed. When we go into calibration here, we aren't in a game state. But when we start the test here, for example, we are starting the spellcasting calibration. So when I start the calibration, all of that there, we are, let's see, ending spellcasting calibration. Yes, in closest key out of range, where are we with game states? Because you should enter into a game state. Do you not? Interesting. Interesting. We aren't currently in a game state. And then we go back to the main menu. But if we go into here, we're entering in a game state. And then here, we aren't exiting because we're reloading the entire scene. So now that I click start, it should be exiting from game state testing into spell casting, which is true. And then when I click on end, it should be exiting out of game state into. That's what I'm curious about saying. So we are getting from testing into spell casting, but for some reason, when we don't really exit from it. It says we enter into it at least when we go from testing into spellcasting, but it doesn't like us going from spellcasting into testing, which is odd. So if I click on you here again, we click on test, we are now in spell testing, which is good. And then when I click start, we should go into spell casting, which we do. And I'm wondering then, on our spell casting, do we ever go, if we go back into our spell testing screen here, yep. And on our spell casting screen, this guy here, we should at some point enter into you. We have show calibration, all of these guys here on enable. So I'm gonna click on you here and, oh no, this is spell casting. We need to spell the game state here. There we are. And what we have here is on our enter and our exit. So I'm going to click on play. Oh, hold on. If utility is in menu, return. I see. Got ya. Okay, I think I get it. I think because of a bug I ran into before, I patched that bug, which ended up patching I patched one bug and then another bug appeared. That's what happened. It seems to be the case of. Oh boy. So what we can say is then that we can do utility is in menu. Yeah, this guy here. This is why I think it's angry at the moment. Oh boy. And I'm wondering then, how can we do this? Oh, you know what I can say? Utility is in menu. Let's set it to false. I think that's okay. We'll set it to false. So on game end, utility casting utility is in menu. Set it to true. There we are. Or false. Set it to false. There we are. I think that's okay. Because then when we are in our test screen, so our home screen here, we do set our utility to, where are we at here? Utility, utility swap. We should have it in menu set to true. Yep, and we set it to false here. So I think this is a good fix because we use our, it's not calibration. That's what it's checking for. So now if I click on play, hopefully now that addition has been tweaked, we click on test, we click on start. We are now in here, but this isn't true. So we should go forward, and we do. So, fingers crossed, now we should see, if we do test here, and then we do you here, we are doing it properly. We click escape, end game, we are here, enter, exit, calibration, calibrate, doing the calibration, main menu, enter, reset, main menu, test, enter, exit. I think it's working. I don't think it will harm it, but I just want to make sure that the loading, it still works. And to do that shouldn't be too bad. I should have these saved here somewhere. Let's try out a song that will be in the game. If I go into let's see, I should have it somewhere here. Let's see, I think it's Herbo, or do I not have it here? Do I have Rhino, or nope, I have them saved elsewhere. That's okay. Let me grab those files then. If I go back to here, go back up to here and here, we should see possibly we have Pomo, we have test music here, we have saved files. How odd that I don't have these guys saved on hand. That's no good. That's no good at all. Okay, let me grab those files then. If I go into you here, I should be able to go into you here. And she seems very concentrated, doesn't she, chat? Be ashamed if something happened to that. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot. Thanks for reminding me, but also no thanks for reminding me. I don't want to be reminded. Let me click on that guy there, click on that guy there, click on that guy there. And then let's see, and a huge shame, an entire shame even, really, truly, when you think about it. Isn't it all shameful? Oh boy, let me click on you here. We have you there. Ah, here we are, lovely. Okay, click on you there. Let's go ahead, and you know what? I believe Rodrigo was one of the winners, truth be told, and he was just here, wasn't he? Let's see, we have, I believe so. Hold on, let me check. There's so many things to look at, so many files. This is where organization is important, but for some reason, it never works out to be organized. Yes, indeedy, Rodrigo was one of them. And shame, voice. Oh my, shame reminds me of the bold. All right, let me click on here. Let me go into here. Let me do you. If I find you here, ROD should be good to go, I think. And I click into you here. Okay, and then, I think we're all good. Yep, we're all good to go. Lovely. Let me click on you here. Okay, so with all that said and done, I should be able to click on you here now. Click on you here now, I believe. And it should download, if I'm not mistaken. Download here, download. Oh, if it lets me. Open, download. Oh, it won't let me download. Hold on. Download. There we go. Downloading possible. It's now functional. Good, okay. And then lastly, I just need to download the other guy, which, oh no, the links are broken. And streamer 1, 2, or 3, or, I choose or. Can't I choose or? Oh, that's unfortunate. Hold on. I have to have the files saved somewhere. Let's see. If I go into you here, I go into Godot Games, Tyler Library, you there, assets resource sheet. I really want to find where this guy is. It's important, but I can't find it, which is unfortunate. Versions here? No, it's not in versions. Is it in resource spreadsheet? Definitely not in resource spreadsheet. Is it in you here? Is it in our cafe, possibly? And then in our, nope, it would be in kitchen, wouldn't it? Kitchen, and then we have audio, flavors, audio, possibly sound effects. Nope. Oh boy. Okay, well then, I suppose then we will have to hope for the best. We have Calibretti here. Yeah, we have Jason's, we have the music's here. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I think I know what it is. If I go into you here, and she's used to it, I'm thinking something a bit more. Give her an orc for the orc pick. Hold on now. And do you really want to choose or deeper? Oh no. Oh boy. Hold on here. I want to see about Mancer here. Mancer, it should be in here. I thought it'd be in here. The music. Hold on. Let's see. If I go into collapse all of you. Kitchen, I'm looking for a specific file that I can't find, unfortunately. We have the maps, we have the Jasons, all the Jasons here. We have the music, all the Jasons here. We have the data, all the data here. We don't have the additional ones, and I just want to make sure that the other guy, okay, well then, that's all right, that's fine, that's a-okay. If I slide down here, are you? Nope, I think these are all disabled. Oh boy, oh boy. Well then, okay. In that case, I'll just have to try it off screen, which is fine and good to go. And then Necromancer and not Jessica Rabbit or Dr. Girlfriend. Hoots! I heard of Jessica Rabbit at the very least. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alrighty then, if that is all the case here, then I will have to test it off screen. We'll just have to hope for the best that this has been completed and fixed, and I will see about if the generation still works afterwards. But with all that said and done, I think we can say that this part is completed. I think we fixed all the bugs that I thought that we should do that needed attention. And oh boy, oh. I just want to show you what popped up on my screen. Super duper quickly here, because that's a little concerning. What just popped up? Take a look at this. What just popped up? What? I am super confused. Of course, it's YouTube. Oh boy, well done. Let me just click on this guy here. Let me try refreshing the screen. Maybe that'll solve it. It was well, Twitch was the one crashing though. That's the thing. Let me close this guy here and hi Trinity Arts, is it possibly? Welcome in the stream, welcome in. And is that YouTube? It is indeedy. You know, I can say at the very least that I have been hearing an error sound go off, and I've just been choosing to ignore it because nothing broke. I think I figured out where the error sound came from. And it's still happening. Oh boy. And it says it's not able to stream, but we're good. We're fine, apparently. Let me just give me 1 second here while I close out all of those tabs. And call it exorcist. Oh boy. Alrighty then. We're all good to go. Lovely. Okay, so with that taken care of, where were we, right? Let me go ahead and do a tilde here. Let me do a tilde done, and we can go ahead and set this guy here. Oh, never mind. Let me copy and paste you here from the proper copy and paste. This guy here, paste that guy there. There you go. That's all done. Lovely indeed. Where are we? When are we? Right, we were currently working on our calibration. That's what it was. Let me show to you who have not been here. Words yes before. If I click on this and so if there's no smoke I should ignore it mentality dirty. Well, nothing, knock on wood, nothing's technically broken. I'm just hearing every so often the sounds. YouTube's even functioning right now. It's working, it's streaming, so I don't know why I'm getting that error message. Let me click on this guy here, click on this guy here, click on play here. Let's go into the tutorial. This is, oh, hold on, that big screen's fine. This is where we're currently at in the tutorial. You can see that we have now moved over to being in the kitchen when we spawn. And the idea is that we'll first show the player how to do the rhythm typing part of the game, and then after afterwards, we'll show them the cafe part of the game. And what we'll do is, or what the player has to do is, once they're here, they have to navigate all the way up to this area, and they'll be prompted to hold a Q. Now, the guy at the very bottom of the screen that you can see that says move around, that won't be there when the players use it. This is just for testing, so we can keep track of what task the player should be doing. So this is the bottom bit there is for testing. They'll only see the arrows and the hold Q. Once we're here, we hold down Q, we should be prompted into the calibration screen. So if I just go ahead and let's see, click on this guy, click on pause, click on you here, click on music audible here. Now, when the player starts off calibration, what they'll see is instead this screen. They won't have the fail meter, they won't have any of that. They'll just have this guy here, and they have to complete the calibration in order to continue the tutorial. So the hope is that now, everyone will have to have the calibration done. Not only that, but you can see now that there is a meter to show when the calibration is complete. You can't exit out of this. The only thing you can do is go to the main menu, so it's not like you can restart it like you can a regular song. And if the player misses too many, they also have the benefit of restarting. So the good news is that you must do the calibration. And when you finish the calibration, you get this screen here. So it tells you your results. You can reset it. I don't know if there should be a finish, not a retry. So that's a few things we'll have to do. But the hope is that once calibration is completed and
Jotun just redeemed do a voice/act for 5 minutes. Misfortune.
Oh boy! I'm gonna have to hear her voice again. I haven't played her in ages. You know, I used to be you don't know. I used to main her, but then Zaya came into the picture, and then Jin came into the picture. So I stopped playing her. Let me close this guy here. Nothing nostalgia bomb. It is. Oh boy, and I'm putting that League of Legends to good use. Let me grab here the music. Let me grab her voice of a thingamajiggies just so I can recap on her voice here. If I click on you here and you here. Let's see. And then very recently I switched to maining Clay now, though he's not an ADC. Let's see. Misfortune, FRTUNE voice lines. Let's do that there. Click on that guy there. There you go. And let's see here. Audio and Wild Rift. Yep. Okay. Oh no. I regret so much. Okay, great. So those of you that don't know, this is her voice here. Here we go. Oh.
Fortune doesn't favor fools. Bang! Don't get cocky. Guns blazing.
just so we're all caught up now. Good. Oh boy. And why do I hear League of Legends sounds? Hi, Eska. Someone did a redeem. That's why. Let me get that challenge timer on here. And okay, there's a gun. Oh boy, let's see. Voice. Misfortune. FORTUNE. 5 minutes. Right. How could we do this? I appreciate Bobby's timing here. Oh boy, let me grab the timer here for our challenge timer that's set to 5 minutes. And hi, Warden Logic. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. Oh, not welcome back. Never mind. Mine's everywhere at the moment. Not welcome back. This, I guess, it gets your first time here. Thank you for the follow. Please excuse my scattered brainness at the moment. I'm trying to prepare for what's about to happen. We'll do the ad break now then. We won't wait for the first few guys. But when we come back, we can start the calibration again. Or at least finish the calibration end screen. So that's what we'll do. Now, I'm not even sure where to begin. And welcome in as well, Eska. I don't know if you've been lurking, but welcome into the stream. Welcome in. And thank you again for the follow, Warden Logic. Thank you. Let me get some lemonade here. Guess you have time to think about it. Am I really thinking about it, or am I just I'm waiting for doom and gloom? And lemonade has been consumed. It has, and I even still have some water and some tea too. I have all the liquids. It's lovely. I've been lurking since the beginning. As so often, I see. Oh, I see. Gotcha then. Well, welcome in indeedy, especially from the what's it called? When we had to cancel stream, not cancel. Pause it to refresh the internet. All of that. And I believe she's a gun in like 3 of 5 games she's played on stream, so it's a given. And being a League player. Oh boy, we click on play here, I want to double check with the calibration what it needs to be modified to. We have to do end screen here. We need to, oh, hold on. We need to set it to be the case of, there we go. Okay, and then I'll grab a guy here, click on you here, bring you into concepts here so that we can see it all together. And I was really leaning towards Jessica Rabbit, but I figured this is more your realm, being a Link player. Oh boy, I haven't seen that movie in ages. Oh boy, let me grab this guy here. Let me make you a little bit smaller here. If it allows me to, at the very least. Make you a little bit smaller here. There we go. Click on you here. Zoom in here. This is what we'll be modifying before we go to the next calibration. With that said, though, why don't we go ahead and shiver me timbers? Let's do some stretches while we're waiting on the ad break. So let's start off by going over to the left here slowly. And then go to the right here slowly. And slowly and surely make sure nothing breaks. If something cracks, breaks, hurts, or anything of the case, I should not be held liable. Call Dr. Caller, don't call me. I am not to be held to a fault. And then let's go back, back a little bit, and then forward a little bit. And then as a true League of Legends player, we should either have her do a Teemo laugh. Yeah, I draw the line, all right? Or let her repeat the phrase, you belong in a museum. You know, what is it? Lulu. I've been having fun. Well, I used to play a Lulu, but yep, that tasted purple. That just plays in my mind whenever I play her. And maybe try going fast this time. And stretch his neck at a 90-degree angle. This is more, I don't even remember degrees. This is definitely not 90 degrees, though. You should be fine, Jaxus. You should be A-okay. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and move this guy a little bit over. So let's go over here. Let's go up to, we can delete you here. Let's go back to our tutorial area about here. Lulu has a fun set of phrases. She does. And I did read this one. Lovely. Yeah, she does. 100%. I can say that for certain. With all of that unfortunately said, though, welcome back from the ad break. And I apologize for the next 5 minutes. I'm not sure how this is going to go, but we'll see. Oh boy, hold on, let me double check again. Okay, all right, let's see. It's like upper, but it's also like dragged out, so it's more like of a this sort of voice, but I think it's also there's like a bit at the end, and this is going to be fun. Hold on, 5 minutes has been said. How do you like my guns? Shock and awe. We were continuing back with the calibration, and what we needed to do was we needed to do a retry button for the calibration, and we also needed an end button. We already have the end button, or we already have the retry button, but we don't have the stop button, so we need to add to that one. Oh boy. So continuing, let me go ahead and grab the Godot so that we don't have to go back and forth. If I go ahead and grab you here and then I go into programming, I should be able to grab Godot's background so that I don't have to swap back and forth and reset the timer. So with Godot on top here, I should be able to lower it back into here, and the timer is still running. We already know that we have a restart, or we already know we have a retry, so we just now need to do a continue button. So we have a reset, we have a retry, we just need to add a continue. So, and the Misfortune voice is a Bluetooth voice or Google Maps voice 5. At the intersection, turn left. Turn left. Rerouting. Let's go here into our calibration screen. So if I go into our spell casting screen, we should be able to spell casting screen. Spell casting screen, here it is on screen. And 2 middle cross in there, I can only go so much. And why are you defaulting to quiet? It's hard to do soft but high. It's very hard. At some point, you'll start getting robot. And I dare you to say the Misfortune faces and survive that. Oh boy, let's see. From here, we have our calibration panel. So what I'm thinking is, maybe if we add a button at the very bottom that says to continue, we can enable or disable it depending on where we are. I do enjoy playing Vel'Koz. He's also a nice guy to play. Let me go ahead, and what we'll do is we'll go into our calibration panel. let's add a button for a continue button, and it's hard to be a pirate. She doesn't even sound like a pirate. It's all over the place, really. I want to add a calibration button that doesn't do anything, or a continue button that doesn't do anything. So we'll add a button right about down here. And oh boy, that's what they always say. I believe her earlier lore was a lot more interesting. We'll go down here at the very bottom. Now, I'm wondering, how exactly should we set this panel up? Should it just be another button for start, tests, reset? Should we change the button sizes, or your throat will bear the consequences of being a pirate? I like the pirate a lot more. It's a lot more fun to have an accent instead of trying to have a certain dialect and trying to stretch voices across to and fro. I'm wondering if we want to do a continue button here. Do we make the button bigger? Would that help with it seeming like we have a reset button, or is it too many buttons? And oh, I think at some point you should redeem her for a bro. I agree to those terms. Let's go down here, and what I'm thinking is, if we set the theme override to even bigger here, I think we can make the continue super duper big so we don't have to worry about it. My only question is this the hierarchy? Is it all right to do? Because the buttons will be, if I click back on you here, it'll be a retry button, so retry, R-E-T-R-Y. Oh, you know what I think? What if you're quieter than when quiet was redeemed? I'm trying to keep the voice up high. So it's hard because it's like, I can't be excited. I gotta be a shock and ah. It's very hard. I think our continue button should go beside our retry button. That's usually how it is. Instead of a button hierarchy like this, I think what would work out better is if we added the button right, hold on, if I delete you here, and it's a very floaty voice, but it's also not spacey. It's a weird type of thing. So my what's it called? The way I'm figuring out how to do floaty is by not going loud, trying to go as high, well, not high, but floaty, indeed, floaty. And I wonder how oh boy, I don't even know what he sounds like. I don't play him, I don't go anywhere near him, and anytime I do go near him, I get one shot. I think the button hierarchy should look like this. I do like this. Our retry and then continue button. I think that'll work out fine. It changes. And we're all done. Oh boy, let me go ahead and just delete Godot here now. Delete there, yep, remove from there, hide that there. Brom would be fun. Mother always said, stand behind Brom. Oh my. Let's go ahead, and what I'm thinking is, we'll have this button as a continue button, so you'll calibration continue, C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N, calibration C continue. Calibration continue. So we'll have a button, B-U-T-T-O-N. We'll do button here, and then we'll do continue. So calibration, button, calibration, continue. I put your star rating in the chat. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. Thank you. I bet ya if I had more time, because that's the thing of at least I've realized. So when you want to do voice acting things, it can help to. Oh, hold on. This is not our calibration button. Hold on. Undo. You should be button calibration continue. Nope, that's not true. Remove you, spacer right button. You should be that. Yeah. If you use your body and move around and use hand poses, that usually helps you get into character. And I've never played League enough out of 10. Good. Keep it that way. Keep it that way, I say. If we hide this guy here, you'll see that these two guys are a little bit off. So what I'm thinking is we should have these two guys here as our calibration guys. Or yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense. We're going to make them their own node to live inside of. And that way we can disable or enable it depending on where we're at. So if I put these guys, never mind, we don't do that. We definitely don't do that. We keep it as is, and we just have an enable and disable. I like that better. It's shocked and odd out of 10. And I played League enough to not play ever again. At least you were scarred. That's the good news here. What we'll do then, since this guy doesn't want to behave quite properly, is we'll have a function, I'm thinking. And we'll do a function here, and we'll have a function for enable, continue, in-game continue, or something like that. I'm thinking something along those sorts, but I'm not quite too sure. We'll also add an access as unique node here. We'll also do then grabbing these two guys here, grab and drag and drop to being about there because we do need you. And then we'll also do here one for enable. Now, do we want to do one for enable or disable, or do we want to do one for toggle? I think I like the idea of maybe setting the visibility. I think that should work. So we're going to do here set, and then we're going to say set in-game or continue menu. Set continue menu. Oh, that rhymes. Continue menu. Set continue. C-O-N-T-I-N-U-E. Continue menu. Visibility. V-I-S-I-B-I-L-I-T-Y. And then we'll go ahead and set the visibility. Show. Do show. This is going to be a bool. We'll make this into a void here. Void like that. Hold on. Like that. There we are. And then we'll grab our button calibration for continue here. And we'll also do dot visibility. And then we'll set the visible equal to do show. And we'll also set the other guy to do show. And then we can do spacer right button here. And instead, let's see, double checking here. I believe it's you that we have to hide. Yeah, it's these two guys. So we'll say button spacer. So spacer for our continue. And hold on, my throat. What? We're all good. Let's see here. If I do spacer right button, we actually need to do spacer, and we're going to do spacer left, and we're going to call this calibration C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N. See, where do I remember that from? It's like, not C-A-L-I-L-I, but it's like, it's a song. It's a song that I can't remember at this moment in time. Let me go ahead and do N-A-N-A-S. Where's that from? N-A-N-A-S. It's something before that, but also happens there in spacer. I barely know her. Let's see. We'll remove that guy there, drag, drop that over to here, and go back to here. And spacer left, save you there, copy to you here. B, bananas. What song do you sing where it's B-A-N-A-N-A-S? I think the word was spelling bananas, I think. I don't know from where that's from. Let me go ahead and save you there. Okay, so we have a do show here. And when we start up the game, so on our ready, what we'll go ahead and do is do set continue menu visibility to false. We'll set it to be toggled false. That way it doesn't show up. And then what I'm thinking is, Gwen Stefani, is it really? I say, I can believe it. Hold on, I'm gonna have to set that song so I can play it after stream, post stream, because I am never gonna give you up. No, that's definitely not it. I would know that one for certain. Let me go ahead and close these. YouTube unable to activate or authorize token. Close all of you. Let me click on, yeah, no, don't. Oh, you know what? I think it's not even an OBS issue. I think it's an issue on a different program I'm using. Interesting. Got ya. Hold on. Oh, I see. Okay, I think I know the issue, and I thought it wasn't an issue. But the thing I use to see both YouTube and Twitch chat, I think that that sound means I can't see Twitch chat. So for a second I thought there had been a whole conversation, not Twitch chat, YouTube chat. For a second I thought that there was a whole conversation going on YouTube that I just didn't see, but we're good. Oh, see? Time for GPU upgrade? No, it's just I just need to refresh the program, I think. Close the program. I can't see anything of what you're saying. Yeah, you can see it connected. Give it 1 second to disconnect, reconnect. That should fix it entirely. Hold on, I figured it out. Took me a second, but we got there eventually. So click on that guy there. Alrighty, and then if I go ahead and click on you there, we click on you there, should be good to go now. Partially connected. Yeah, I figured it out. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second, just in case anything shows up on screen. I'll be right back here. Give me 1 second. Alright, it's reconnected, which means I no longer should hear that error message in my ear. And time to eat crayons! Speaking no newers, crayons eating is not recommended. I agree 100%. Oh boy. All right. So, oh boy. Now that the sound is no longer going off every few seconds in my ear, the error sound you get on Windows, I can think again, and that's a big crayon what? Oh boy. So what I'm thinking is now we can just have a utility dot, utility dot, and then we can set the visibility. So what I'm thinking is toggle set continue menu visibility. So something like this here, something like that there. And then we're going to grab our set continue menu visibility, and it's going to be dot connect. So dot connect, and then we can go ahead and set that there. And after that, what we can do is, if we save that, and preschool maxing at its finest. And oh boy, it's just, I find it so funny, especially because it always sounds like a, can I eat crayons? Or teacher! Oh boy, let's go into this guy here, and then let's go ahead and say tutorial here, customer signal here, go signal here. We're looking for a menu signal. Any menu signals want to raise their hand if you would come to the front of the class, please. Signal here, signal. And waiter, there's some scuff in my scuff, or there's some stream in my scuff. Oh boy, we have set continue menu here, and that's a lot of signals. We've been over this, and the fact that this is 2 years worth of signals. And hi Claymore, welcome to the stream, welcome back, wizard. Welcome in. And oh, you know what I can do as well is that no longer do I have to say solving bugs. We can say adding a tutorial my wizard cafe rhythm typing game. We can also rename it as well. How lovely is that? And with that said, now that we have the set continue menu visibility, what I'm thinking is we can now say save this guy here, right? Save this guy here. And what we do is on our end screen. So once we do our interactable select screen here, we're not looking for our interactable select screen. We're looking for something else. And hi, Fatty. I assure you, there's no preschool humor here. Welcome in. And is this new? Could you elaborate what you mean? Do you mean the game I'm working on, or? Did I mispronounce it? She's never. Oh boy, I could explain if you could elaborate what you're. No, it's not what you call it. Oh boy. To answer your question, it depends. If we're talking about the game I'm currently working on, I have been working on this game for almost 2 years. It's the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in under 24 hours. So this truly is it's not a minigame. It's going to be a full Steam release eventually. The hope is today we're working on the tutorial and trying to figure out this. If I click on you here, you can see we have a calibration screen. And my issue at the moment is that we need a continue button to continue the tutorial. So we're adding it here, we're trying to toggle it on and off. And what I was looking for is our spell casting, or spell testing. Nope, we can go ahead and close that. The bug has been fixed. Not cool, Airs. How do you pronounce that then? Hot check? Oh boy, and let's see. I did read that as well. Lovely. And I did read that as well. And adding bugs. Oh boy, and it's normal here. Is normal here? I'm this new. Hi, this new. I'm Eris. Let's see. If I go back to spellcasting screen, we can go ahead and close home screen now. We can go ahead and close debug menu. Close our main screen as well. And then we can go ahead and open up our spellcasting screen. Is that what we want to do? Yes, indeedy. That is indeedy. And just click the continue button. The thing is, we have to make it. And that's the fun part of programming it. It hasn't been linked. It is created now, but it's not linked to anything. Oh boy. And Faday, maybe? Faday? Does that Fady? Faday? Or Faddy? I can only see Faddy in that one. Let's see. With that said, what we need to do is that if we are in calibration mode, we need to enable this guy. So in our spell casting screen, when we do our guy here for not our show end, we're looking for where we do our game over screen at. So it's either going to be our game over screen or our calibration panel. Our calibration panel exists here. So if I scroll down to here, we have on reset, we also have show calibration panel end screen. This is what I wanted to see. So what we need to check for here is if we're in menus. So we have show, all of those guys here. What we need to say is if in menus, if, and then we need to say utility dot in menu is in menu, I believe, is in menu. So if we're not in menu, we do if not is in menu. We then say utility dot, and this is so that if we're calibrating and we're not in the game screen, then we can, let me explain this a little bit better. When you're in the main menu, the calibration screen should work differently than if you were in the game itself. When you're in the game, we need a continue button, but when you're in the main menu and calibrating, we don't need a continue button. At least I don't think so, and I love the energy. Thanks for having me here. Well, thanks for coming in. I hope you do enjoy it around here. I have been told the energy is lovely. It's invigorating even. That's always nice to hear. Let's see, if I do utility dot set continue menu visibility, and then we do dot connect, or no, dot emit. We click type true here, and then we do dot emit. Oh, hold on, okay. And then afterwards, what we need to say is that on our disable, so on our reset, so reset here, we need to go ahead and also say here and set this guy to false. False, okay. And if this is done correctly, now we should have a continue button. Granted, the continue button does not a thing, but that's not important right now. If I click on play here, let's see. We should not see the continue button if I did this correctly. So if I click on you here, go into you here, and go into you here, and then you here, let's see. You can see we're in the calibration. So this is where I don't want the button to appear. Right now, it would appear if I had the settings differently, but it doesn't. We should only see one button at the very bottom. And then if we go ahead and spam this guy, we should also not see continue. We don't. We see reset, we see retry, we also see main menu. That's why I don't want to add a continue button, since I don't think it's needed. However, if we go into our tutorial guy here, we should hopefully see the continue if we spam the calibration in this screen and we get continue. But continue doesn't do anything at the moment, so we're gonna have to work on that. But the good news is it is now created. So what do we want our continue button to do? That's the next question. And to answer that, at the very least, we want to exit out of this mode and continue the tutorial. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a backup just in case, so that if something does get deleted, if something goes wrong, if everything starts burning on fire, we'll have a save point. So let me go ahead and do backup here, BACKUP, backup, and we'll click on continue, commit, push, all of those things, and we should be good to go. Let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty, tasty, and oh, is it pronounced Sinister, possibly? Or maybe it's like Hister, X-Hister, but Sinister sounds a little bit more accurate. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. I do tend to butcher, so I will attempt to happily try and reword it if need be. But welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Let's see, with all of that said and done, when we are in this guy, what I'm curious about is that we do have a game over screen. Finalize. I guess I call it finalized because it's supposed to be you're casting a spell, so you're finalizing the spell. You know what? Yeah, I do like the idea of finalize. The question now becomes, what does finalize do? We have a complete spell. Ooh, I see. Complete spell button. And we have on continue button pressed. Yes, indeedy. We do this. We clear the spell casting screen. We hide the game over. We hide and reset. So it's going to do these things, but it's also going to send a Question is, do we want to copy and paste? Oh, never mind. We don't want to copy and paste this. I think all of this here don't even need it because we're doing a different thing. So I think, yeah, I was going to say, should we just copy, or should we make it into its own scene, this complete button, and then copy and paste it from there so that we only have one script? But this guy's pulling a lot of weight, and I don't think we need all of this weight. So I think we're okay. And hi, Void Blit, or Built, Void Built, possibly? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the names. Welcome into streaming. Thank you again. And listening to you has the same energy as snorted glitter? Hold on now. Do you speak from experience? And are you calling that? Oh boy. It's just the way it's written. It'd be different if it was a different one. Built, Blit, Void Blit. Is that a little bit better? Void Blit. And let's see here. What we're going to do is, if utility current level data equal to null, we do all of these things. So these things happen to do with the tutorial, and we have show task screen, all of those guys here. The thing is, this is old code. This is, I think, dead code. And why? I see. Well, thank you, Void Blit. Thank you, and welcome in. I think we can go ahead and safely remove this code, and surely nothing will happen if it is removed and departed from the game. You will not be missed. We also have here to show spellcasting minigame. We also have progress. I don't even know how I was going to pronounce it, but that wasn't correct. Our progress bar. Progress bar. Easy there, take your time. No, I don't wanna. And I couldn't keep up speaking like this for more than 5 minutes. The thing is, as long as it's a topic I'm excited about, I can talk at great lengths. Though I do reach my limit around like 4 hours, so I still have a little bit of time before I have to think about things and rest and crash, but we're all gonna breathe.
Check 14
Fine,
just redeemed breathe.
We'll want to take a deep breath in. Hold it. Then deep breath out. Then deep breath in. Hold it. Deep breath out. One more time, deep breath in. Hold it. And deep breath out. There you go, breathing done. Are you happy now? And oh really, we're gonna talk about the FNAF lore. Stream never ends after that. And be grateful, we only have 4 hours of yapping. And then she returns to eternal silence. You know what, that is close enough. And let's see here, but the giggles will always be there, right into the shadows. And there was a killer, there's no killer, not at all, not at all, not one bit. And thanks for reading. They can check for the redeem. So let's see here. Our spellcasting minigame .show. We have a progress bar that shows on continue button pressed. I don't like this. Something about this is off. Something about this is certainly off, and I don't know what, but let's find out what. Because when we click on, go back into here, go into our song, when we complete the song, our finalize button, are you called our continue button? That doesn't, oh, hold on. Are we on the wrong script? We are not in the wrong script. This is on continue button pressed. We have a spellcasting guy here. This is our complete spell button, so that's this guy here, yes indeedy. And then we have here, yep, okay. Go to method, we are going to the method. So this guy does run. I'm wondering why it says spellcasting minigame show, and then progress bar show, and then complete spell button release, and then current game state exit. Yeah, and then this is where we do another tutorial guy here. So if utility dish on spellcasting table and all of those things here, then we can say player has completed the dish. And errors higher or lower. Can I choose or again? And on my way to buy a new general at the general store, when from the alley shadows I hear a faint. Oh boy. At least that's what I imagined the emote, and you can't? Lower then. Lower. I'll choose lower. I don't know what that means, and I'm a little afraid, but I suppose. And so high or high. No, I said lower. I said lower. Let me click on this guy here. What I want to do is I want to grab our calibration panel here. So this guy here, and I want to grab your code. So here, and then we have on calibration all of those guys here. So back into this guy here, back into this guy here. What I'd like to do is I would like it to emit a signal, and then upon the signal being emitted, this is where we will have things happen. So, oh, you know what? I just realized I got an idea. I got a great idea. I was talking about how I didn't like the buttons doing 2 different things and having 2 different functions, but technically speaking, we could make it the entire make you regret that. Hold on now. Those are fighting words. What we can do here is that we can say, click or spellcasting button, continue pressed, something like that. What I mean is we have a button here, utility dot, and then we can say continue button, CONTINUE underscore button, BUTTON underscore press. We can say utility continue button press dot connect, and then we can connect it to our continue button. So if we go back all the way down here, let's see our continue button here on continue button press. So the button technically will do same thing exactly. So we hit this guy, we click on you there. So now when we call this signal, it'll call that function. So they'll all be under the same roof, which is what I really wanted. And we need to also make sure that it is on spellcasting. So on spellcasting, continue button pressed. That way we don't get confused. So I'll copy this and...
Jotun just redeemed IRL word ban.
Sure. Fine, and my D20 rolled a 3. You might need to get a better D20 then, maybe. And continue on Okay, for a second I thought I really misspelled it. We're all good, we're all good. Oh boy, hold on, let me grab this guy here. Can't say. How many times have we played this game? Can't say and, there we are. And then click on you here, and you said lower. I gave you what you wanted. I didn't realize you were talking about dice. That's a very different topic. Can't say and, A-N-D. Can't say and, okay? And click on you there. I'll set you to 3 minutes then. Click on you here, 3 minutes. 3 minutes is now on the board right about here. All right, for the next 3 minutes, I can't say that word down there. If I do say that word, the timer gets restarted. So the hope is to get through the entire 3 minutes without the word being said. We'll see. The DM is always talking about dice and not enough, apparently. Oh, wait, I said and, didn't I? Oh boy. All right, so what we need to do now is I'm going to copy this signal. Then I'm going to go to where our signals are being kept at the moment. I'm then going to do signal. I'm then going to paste this guy here. And now that we have our signals, did I say the word already? How long can we keep the timer going? Good question. Depends on if I mess up. Mess up. It depends on if I mess up. All my words are going wrong. I can't even spell signal. S-I-G-N-A-L. Signal. Done. Right. Now that we have the signal here. Okay, now that we have the signal here, what we're going to next do is we're going to go back to our calibration panel, go to where the signal button is done, yes? Then we click you, then here on button start. We're not looking for button start. You're doing great, don't rush it. You say that. I said it, and never mind. Where were we? And just say that doesn't count one bit, unfortunately. Spacer, button, calibration, continue. Our signal is here. On button start, we need to disconnect. Then we need to connect to you here. So that now we have on button, calibration, continue, pressed. Yes? From there, we just now have utility, U-T-I-L-I-T-Y dot paste dot E-M-I-T brackets. We emit that signal. However, I question why you, cannot disconnect from pressed. The provided callable is null. I don't know what that means. We'll see. We'll see why you... We'll click play here, go into the game, see if we end up getting that debug again, that error. Then we'll also see about the tutorial button being pressed. I would also like to add a print to the game to say I would also like to add a print to the game and or maybe it's welcome into stream, welcome into suffering as well as pain. Okay, where were we before I rudely interrupted myself? Okay, let's go ahead. Then what I'm going to do is I want to add a print to show that we have completed the calibration. She's going, I am at this point. What I'm going to do is say utility.print debug message. Then I'd like to say, I don't want to do debug. I want to make the message rainbow. I think I I have a print rainbow message, but I don't. Print message, possibly. Oh, I know how to make it rainbow. Got ya. Keep calm, remember why you're doing. Go with this. Oh boy. Print debug message. We're going to say calibration done. CALIBRATIONDONE. I then comma self comma DEBUG underscore debug color the utility dot debug color dot rainbow. There we are. That's how we make it rainbow. Now let's give it a go. See what we do. Then go from there. Yes. Think about the poor octopus that you have to feed. Do it for her. Where's that from? Oh boy. Okay. Tutorial. Click. We're in here. I read that, Ame. I see. Yeah. It's a different one. It's a different meme. Different one. Hold down Q. Okay. We are in the calibration. If I go ahead, then spam you. Let's see what happens when we click the continue button. Yes, the picture. The Wolverine one. Is that it? I think the Wolverine one. If I hide our debug, so debug here, click you here, hide, golf ball guy, maybe. Who can know at this point? Are we? Oh! You know how hard that was. My mind had to go slow motion and I had to think so much. Never again I say that. Maybe I just have to start adding a cooldown so that anytime this word has been already used, you can't do it for the next 5 times it's been redeemed. I like that idea. That idea feels nice. And actually your live representation for what happens inside my head would make a game. Cheers. Thank you, Fatty. Thank you. What do you win? I won my sanity back. I truly did. Now we can continue in proper motion now that I am not being limited anymore or restricted in any way. We click on continue here and we do it. It says it down there. Do you see it? It says calibration complete, which means our calibration done more so. But the good news is now we do have a way to continue. And that Fatty is I don't know. Bad day? Maybe? Your neighbors must be very concerned. Oh boy. What we can then say is that once this guy has been completed, that means our calibration tutorial is good. Now, step 2 is getting the player to grab the objects off of the... Oh, hold on. Once it's been completed, now we can go ahead and enable the player to interact with objects as well. So let's also add that too. If we go ahead and do utility dot player can interact or something like that. Let's see. INTERACT. Let's see. Close interact. INTERACT. Close item interact screen. Yep. Hold on. What do we call it? If I go into player here and or are they dead? Not impossible. Hold on. And remember to tip your waiter to enjoy the show. Or are they dead? Not impossible. I think they should be more concerned about skull collection. Hold on now. Don't say it like that. It's not a collection at all. Let me go down here. And what I wanted to see about was our utility. We have one for item is holding. We have one for player. Allow player movement. Set settings based on that. And controls updated. So what I wanted to see about was for our set levels, there should be one for here. Something along the lines of interact. Allowing the player to interact or allowing the player not to interact. I believe it's going to be something like utility.lock interactions or something of the sort. If we go into our input guy here, we should be able to see if holding interact, nope, if interact, yep, there too. So if not can interact. So what we need to do here is we need to make another toggle. We need to do a toggle something along the lines of can interact. We have a can interact here. We have a bool here. Oh, set level status. Yes, indeed. So we need to have a signal here for can or can't. And the skunk pile, not collection. Hold on now. What are you insinuating? I don't like the sound of it. Let's go ahead here and do utility dot, and then we can go ahead and say set player interaction, int interactability, interactt underscore ability, set interactability, hit connect here, and then we're going to go ahead and also now have a guy here, and we're going to have it be you here, new or can interact. We'll do that there and set it to be new status. We're going to make you into a bool here, and then we're going to do can interact should equal new status, something like that there. And then we're also going to do this guy here, make you underscore here, then copy you here, paste you here, copy you here. There we go. Copy. Then go to you here, and in this guy, we need to go to our calibration, internal debug, nah. Spellcasting, yeah. Tutorial, yeah. Customer, yeah. I don't know. Oh, I guess player. Player makes sense. And see, even the new guy knows. It doesn't even know. That's the thing. The skull collection. There's no skull collection. Do not listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know any. They do know a lot of things. Hold on, let me rephrase that there. They know a lot of things, but the things that they don't know about are the things that are very important. And there's a skull collection of Discord. Hold on now. That's not true. Let me do signal here and click on that there, and yes, you know. Oh my god, it's a skull pile now. Let me check out. I know. You don't know what you know. No. Let me go ahead and click on you here. So now that we have it set in the player, if we go to player here, player back into here, and then set player interactability, utility, that needs to be underscore, set you to there and there. Lovely, okay. And now what we can say is that once the player has spellcasting desk here, let's go back into our calibration guy here, and we know, no. Did you get the reference, Disco? And welcome into stream as well. Welcome in, and welcome back too. I hope your day's been lovely so far. Let me go ahead now. We need to do calibration panel here, calibration panel GD. Now we can say utility dot set player interactability dot emit, and we can go ahead and say true. Now they are able to interact. But if you didn't know, now you know. I think that's another one too. There's one for what is it? Not the room where it happened. It's a different one. It's like I forget exactly what. Laughing gas overdoses streamer. I don't know if I like the insinuation of that one. If we click on tutorial now, what we should be able to notice is that if I click on E, nothing happens because we have been barred from being able to interact with everything. And hydration sure can do.
The underscore Whitechapel
boom,
just redeemed hydrate.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad someone got it. Let's see if I got something. Tasty. Lemonade has been consumed. Thank you for that redeem, Chapel. You can see here that I can't interact with anything because we have been barred from it. But if we go ahead and play through the tutorial or through the calibration level and modify the skull's rarity, oh boy. If we click here and then click on continue, hold on. I need to also either remove the debug screen or do something. I need to figure out why I can't click the buttons through it. I know it has something to do with the fact that it's a canvas layer, but I'm not too sure. It's on reference our neuron activation. Oh boy, sleeper agent activated. Let me go and hide this guy here. And now, hopefully, good night. And yes. Hi, Rudy. Welcome in. I do hope you have a lovely night. And is that some old people song? No, it's a musical song from Hamilton. That at all registers. Let's see if I click on continue here. Now we should hopefully be able to interact. Player interacted with plate. You can see. Now we can interact with things. Hold on. Oh, never mind. I wonder why is it usually like that? I thought I could usually use the arrow keys to toggle it. Hold on. If we go into main menu here, we go into levels here, we go into U here, go back into U here. I click on E. Oh, never mind. Here I thought I could use the arrow keys to modify them, but no, it's always been like that. I can't use the arrow keys. Did you say Hamilton? I did indeed, and it meant to be, and it's the only way to rise up. Rise up! Oh boy. Let's see. Go back into main menu here. So it's working. Now, if I bring you back into you here, and I bring you back into browser. Nope, not browser. Concepts right here. Meant to be. Let's see. You go kind of crazy. Or you're thinking of a different meant to be. Let's see. But that said, that's old. Oh, hold on. That's from Teen Beach Movie. Oh boy, let me go ahead and bring you back to our calibration area. Right about, where are we at? Calibration, not calibration, tutorial area. All right, so we are making good progress. That's good to hear. What we can see is that step 1 was to make it so that the player had to walk behind the desk, and then you had to do the forced non-full tutorial. So I'm thinking we can add a little spider here, her familiar, and it'll, oh, hold on, my throat. Here we are. I think this is a call for tea, so let me get some tea here. Tasty. Okay, with that said, I do want to add a little, her spider. I want her spider to do a little dance to show the player that they should press the space when it hits the note. That shouldn't be too hard. I see it's my throat. Hold on, again. Okay, I think we're all good now. I think it could be fun because I already do have the technology in the sense of the sprite. I have a way to have sprites move and change depending on whatever is going on. So I have like a little animation I can pair it up with. I just have to make it. So that's good. Now that we have finished this tutorial though, we move on from our calibration warm-up. And hi, random game person. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. What you kicking today? Welcome in. We're making progress on our tutorial, which I'm so happy to hear it. And it's either technical or the medical issues, truly. I can't escape. We can't have one without the other. That's the, so we can successfully say, let me grab my pen here. Pen, where'd you go? Ah, found it. Okay. So 0 has been done. We have successfully added the movement. So where you go from point A to point B, you have to go behind the desk. That has been completed. Next up, we had to add the calibration screen, which we have done. So I'll go put a little check mark here as well. We've done that. Number 2 is that we need to make a dish for the spooter, and that this is your first game? Indeed. The first game, well, it's technically my second, but I'm not calling it my first, but this is the first game I've ever made that wasn't like for a game jam. I made one game for like a self-game jam where the idea was anytime I worked on the game, I had to have a stopwatch on, and I could only work on the game for an amount of 24 hours. If you'd like to try that game out, if I do exclamation itch, you should be able to find it. It's Starry Sky Scramble on the page there. I had a lot of fun doing it, but it was a mini game. I want to make bigger games, fuller games, so the hope is that this will be my first ever game I put on Steam, for example. I love the hyperness from you. Well, thank you. Indeed, I'm glad I can provide. With that said, we now need the spider to want a dish, and we need to grab all of the components. So I'm thinking, or how can we do this exactly? I haven't added a speech bubble mechanic or a way to add a speech bubble so we can have the spider saying things. And hi, Slime Tea. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome in. Good afternoon. I hope your day's been lovely so far, and I hope it will continue to be as well. I'm wondering, how can we do this, do you think? Spider changes mind, trash can. Oh, I do like that idea as well. Yeah. And it sounds like your voice is on 2x speed. I'm just excited, that's all. I have been told that as well, Indeedians. Oh boy. I'm wondering, spooter changes equals mind trash can, spooter stays for later equals shelf. I'm thinking at the very least, the next thing is, for the upgraded tutorial, I want it to be the case that the player learns about the mechanics of the game. At one point, I want the spider to say, actually, yeah, I don't want it. I actually, no thank you, don't want it. So I'm thinking, you'll place down something sweet, and then the spider will say, I don't want sweet, sorry, not my thing. Though, I can already see it being the case where the player will, for example here, if the player doesn't know that they can use a trash can yet, we're going to have to, what's the word I could use? I don't want to say, we're going to have to make it a padded room so that even when the player messes up, they can't mess up permanently. And it feels like I'm in an auction selling some malicious pieces of code in a black market. Hold on now. Why does it have to be suspicious in a black market? Oh boy, and a guiding hand. And yeah, I like that way. Yeah, that's a great way to describe it, Disco. A guiding hand. I love that it's at least the second thing every new name said, or there's at least the second thing new. I love how that's at least the second thing every new name says. Oh, I see. And though adding a reload just in case someone house fails. Oh yeah, we've been adding reloads and we've been adding save points. I use GitHub, so we should have backups upon backups. We're all good to go. But thank you for the reminder. Hold on, let me double check. Do we have a backup already? No, you know, I will do. Oh, you know what? That could be a fun redeem to do. Making a redeem that I have to do like a save or a backup. That would be a great one to do. Let me go ahead here and do a backup like that there, and click on continue, commit, push. Okay, we're all good to go and saved. With that said, I'm just wondering, because imagine this, the player, actually, I say imagine this, you don't have to use your imaginations. I have a game. I can show you what the player might do on accident. Let me click on this here, let me click on this here, let me click on you here, let me click on you here. Okie dokie. And with that said, let me go into our sandbox level here. Let me go ahead and disable our test table here. Okay, so in here, we're in the game. Imagine you're in the tutorial. The player doesn't know about the trash can. There's a trash can here, but who's to say the player knows that they can throw away stuff? What if it's the case that people, okie dokie dokie, who says okie dokie Loki? I forget who. I know it's a character, but I don't remember from where. Imagine, right? The player has accidentally grabbed 3 different things. How can we check to see? Do we say if the player has 2 flavors down, and if they, maybe that, right? We have a clause case for if the player is carrying 2 objects, go ahead and say, yeah, you're not gonna be able to make a spell. Because while the player might know that this is a trash can that you can interact and throw away things, they might not. But we're probably going to have to, do something like that, where a use case where if the player has multiple flavors, they can't use it. And maybe we can force the player to use a trash can. Yes, the player is going to have to be forced to use the trash can. Yep, that is already on the to-do list. The thing is though, if the player gets to the needing a trash can beforehand, how do we force them? You can see here, if I click onto concepts here, you should be able to see at the very least. We have here, the spooter changes mind equals trash can. But the thing is, that's already a canon event. But if the player jumps to that canon event before the canon event happens, how can we handle that? What things are we going to need? I'm making the arrow say trash can here. Yep, we will be adding that too. We have a little arrow guy already added. Yep, indeed. I'm just wondering the clause cases. What are the clause cases? If cases, what are the clause cases? If I make you here, I'm thinking maybe we can make it so that if the player is detected, or rather, I got an idea. I do have one, and I wish I could speak fast. Hold on now. I do say speaking fast does not mean speaking good. It means mind go boom, bam, pow, boom, bada bing, bada boom. And sometimes it gets lost from mind to mouth. Many times, actually. And so we want to play out the canon event earlier. That's what I'm thinking. I'm just wondering, for example here, I'm guessing, what we can say at least then, right, is we know at maximum or minimum, we need the player in mind go kaboom, yeah, kapow. I'm thinking, because the game already lets you know what you need, so if I go to back to you here, what we can say then is, if you've already gotten the qualifications, if you already have, so if I quickly clear this guy here, what you'll notice is that it says that you need 2 flavors in a product. So what I'm thinking is, we add some sort of clause case or some sort of detection so that if a player already has 2 flavors down, if they go and grab a 3rd one, it'll say, hey, actually, you don't need the 3rd one. What are you doing with that 3rd one? Go throw it away. I think that's good because we already have a detection system. So if you already have 2 flavors on the board, what are you doing with that 3rd one? You need to go throw it away. Or if, for example, here we have this guy here and this guy here, we need to then, for example here, no, we have no longer a product. So if the game detects the player picking up it while there are things currently here, then we can say, hey, you don't need that product, go throw it away. I think that's a good compromise. That way the game will know for certain if you are, because I do at some point want to have the throwaway as in the game itself, or rather its own step. But if the player happens to do it by accident a little bit too early, I like the idea of saying, hey, yeah, actually, we're gonna need you to go back on that just a little bit, just a smidge. I think that'll work out well. So, with that said, let's write it out, shall we? If I click on you here, back into PureRef here, I suppose then we should, oh, not PureRef, you saw nothing, you did close your eyes, and then you turn it into a discovery system where you mix and match random stuff, and we turn it into a roguelike. Oh, what it sounds like a roguelike. Weren't we just talking about scope here? No, Chapel. That's the opposite of what I was asking. And if the player fails a spell, the Spidey says, "What you do that for? Go in the trash where you belong." Hold on, now our spider's pretty motivating, and your scopes creeped. Oh boy, let's see. So what I'm thinking is that if the player picks up an object, or if the player picks up an item that they don't need. So we'll say if player if player P-L-A-Y-E-R, if player picks up, so if player P-I-C-K-S, P-I-C-K-S, if player picks up, if player picks up item, if player picks up max item, maybe picks, P-I-C-K-S. I spelled it right. And non-MVP spider personalities. We really haven't decided on the spider's personality. And we scope creeping, been tuning in on the stream. Nope, we're not. We're staying as far away from scope creeping as we can. Tsundere spider, Bobby spider. I do like the idea of a tsundere spider. Remember, she's not shy more than she's just quiet. She's very friendly. That's why she's making the entire cafe on her own. So she's quiet, but she's excitable. It's like Fluttershy is the quiet but shy, but imagine if Fluttershy was also mixed with Pinkie Pie. That's the best way I can describe it. Without the Pinkie Pie excitability, you know. So a little bit toned down on both. And can you pet the spider? That sounds like a lovely addition to the game. That would be fun to do, but it would be outside of the scope at the moment. And Fluttershy mixed with Pinkie Pie? Yeah, but not a shy Fluttershy and not an excitable, overexcited Pinkie Pie. And so you? Hold on now, what part of me is shy or quiet? That's entirely not true. And working on a game while fighting your own scope, enthusiasm, and 30 plus gremlins. Indeed, I do agree. Very hard, but it's a lot of fun. But it's fun! Fun, huh? Sure. We've been down this road before. Let me bring you back up to here. And then scope creeped. If a player picks up an item that you already have, so if player picks up max item, and it's very fun. I don't know what you mean. Zoom out. I've been working on this game for almost 2 years now. What you saw was the entire mind map of the game for about a year and a half. It got corrupted in the first half year, so it's been a bit of work, but the good news is it's been a lot of fun. So let's see. If the player picks up item, the max item. So let me go ahead and remove that there. There we go. And 0 out of 10. If I can't pet the spider, sorry, I don't make the rules. Well, you know what? I can say this, chum. I can show you this at the very least. Well, I don't know if we'll have a petting feature. I can show you this. Hold on. Let's see here. The spider acts as your familiar, and when you spawn or when you're taking a customer's order, take a look at what the spider does. If we have the customer go ahead and sit down, the spider helps. The spider is super duper helpful. If I go here and we do this guy here, let me also make it so the audio is audioing here. There we are. And can I put the spider in the trash? No, you can't. Familiars are important. And hi, sine wave. Full VII. Is that 7, I think? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And thank you for the follow. And please correct me if I'm wrong on the name as well. And you see, the thing is, just make your game really big. Then you can't possibly scope creep at all. That's what they all say. If I click on E here, look at that. The spider does help out. It does take out your notes, and it also will jiggle to the beat a little bit too. So the spider will definitely be in the game. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad you think it's cute. There's a lot that'll happen to the game. You can even see the spider kind of jiggling around as you're moving. So the spider is going to be a part of the game. And I would like to have it as I do like the idea of a pet option, like petting the spider. But the thing is, at the very least, there'll be a lot of animations with the spider. I can guarantee that. And no, to skip the tutorial. Oh boy. Oh, can you put the spider in the trash? I like that idea. I like it. It's silly, but I like it. Hold on. Let me just grab that there. We're adding it to the ideas board. It's so silly that I think it just might work. Let me click on that there too. The thing is though, that the tutorial level itself in sine wave, and hold on, let me scroll up here. Did I miss anything? No, I don't think so. Pet the spider and then skip the tutorial. And is it that a thing in every game? You must have a game that includes a spider? I don't think you can pet spiders in Undertale. Let me slide this guy up, and no spiders. Spiders are adorable, I can't say that. Specifically like the peacock ones, those are cute. Let me add it to the idea board right here. There we go. Yup, to skip the tutorial. There we go. Lovely. Okay, it has been added. Thank you for that one. let me go ahead and bring you back into we were down here and we were chatting about the tutorial, weren't we? And we were talking about how if the player picks up the item and yippee to the insane asylum I go, you're already in there and it's not an insane asylum, it's an ideas board. Very different. If the player picks up the max item, if player picks up max item, so max item, M-A-X, max item, M-A-X, item, max I-T-E-M, item here. If player picks up max item, play trash tutorial. Potato. Oh boy, not at all, I tell you. Let me slide over here. So if the player picks up the max item, we want to play I'm thinking we make 2. And what if Max picks up the player? There's no Max here. No Max at all. If the player picks up the max item, do trash tutorial. Let's see, trash tutorial, delete tutorial. So let's see, D-E, or do trash tutorial. I like that a little bit better. If player picks up max item, do trash tutorial. Let's do that instead. Do trash tutorial. Do D-O-T-R-A-S-H-R-A-S-H trash. T-U-T-O-R-I-A-L-A-L. There we are. If the player picks up the max item, do the trash tutorial. And what if the player picks up the spider? The spider won't be, that's what Chick was talking about earlier. The idea that because the spider will be physically in the game for the tutorial, Chick was talking about how maybe you can interact with the spider, pick him up, and if you throw them in the trash, you skip the tutorial. I thought that was funny. And what if the spider's name is Max? We already have better contenders for the name, like Charlotte, Charlie. Those are quite great names. Someone even suggested Muffin. I do like those names a lot. They're the cuter than Max. And let's see, who is this Max item? Oh boy, let me go ahead and slide that guy back up here. So, if the player picks up the max item, we do the trash tutorial. Now, the question becomes, from here, where do we go? And Gagoober and Tofu? The thing is, she's from a rich family. This is a prestigious wizard magic academy. And what is it called? The necromancers in this game, they're goth necromancers. So it's gotta either have a baking theme or a necromancy theme. And earthbound and problem solved by letting the player type in a name for the player? I don't know about that one. I do like having a signature name and teach the player by throwing the spider away for maximum comedic effect. Oh boy. I do like the idea of throwing the spider away, not the player. But teach the player by throwing the spider away, not the player. I did read that one. Lovely. And I did read that too. Indeed. Let's see here. So I'm wondering, from here, is it a thing we need to do, or we need to create a text box? Maybe, possibly. And while the spider's rich, isn't it? Or spider ain't rich, isn't it? Is or isn't? If you mean isn't, the spider is her familiar. All witches will have a familiar. In our case, her familiars are spiders. So yes, the spider is very much rich. And wait, isn't Charlotte also an apple pie of sorts? Maybe. That would add to the idea of Charlotte. If the case, that would be a point for Charlotte. I'm wondering, do we want to make the speech bubble now to say, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's not make a speech bubble. Let's just make an alert system right now. I think that's the idea we'll do. So we'll make an alert system so that we can know when the spider would speak up. So say a thing of, hey, too many things in a city in North Carolina. Charlotte's a very popular name. I do know that much. And ads are incoming, so I'll click on run ads at the moment. And then when we come back, we can continue. I say as there's 43 minutes. Oh my, wow. Time has flown by. Let me go ahead and I'll click on this guy here. I definitely think we can, there's still a few things we can do. Make calibration UI. We also did that already. Add calibration edge screen, add calibration tutorial. We are slowly getting by these guys, so I'm glad to hear it. What I'm going to do is, we need to now add a notification, or what would you call it? Like a sensor, a detection system for trash detection system, something like that, or like a ad detection, the add full inventory, add max. What would the name be? What do we call it? What's the thing you would call it when you know that the player has already the ingredients they need on the board? Overflow detection. I like that idea. Overflow detection. Overfed detection. Add overflow detection. Over table, TABLEOVERFLOR. Table overflow, DETECTION. I like that name. Add table overflow detection. We'll copy this guy here, add it as a task, and then when we come back from the ad break, we can continue. So let me get some lemonade, let me get some tea, and then we'll see if we have enough time to do some stretches. Tasty, tasty. And that said, now I get the tea. And then after stream, I get the coffee. Oh boy, liquids are lovely, aren't they? Oh, I can say as well, I recently tried matcha again. A long time ago, I got like this kit offline, and I tried my best. I even did the whole whisk thing where you have to whisk it and froth it, and it was awful. So I wrote it off for the longest time, but then the other day I saw it in the store, and it was already pre-whisked and everything, and so I ended up trying it again. Now that I didn't have like the what is it called? Like, it comes like in a metal tin. This time around it was just in a packet that said, add to your drinks, enjoy. Instead of whisk it, let the whisk seep in the water. And trying it this time around, it made me realize, yes indeedy, the first time I did it, the first time I tried making it with all the extra steps, I did it wrong. Either I did it wrong or I just chose a different or the wrong type of matcha. Because I do know as well that the different flavors give you different amounts, different types of flavors. So least to say, summary of this story. Matcha's okay. It tastes a little bit like grass. It tastes like dirt. And if it tastes good, it tastes good if you're not the one doing it. Yeah, I think that's it. I 100% think that's it. When I wasn't the one doing it, when I wasn't the one preparing it, and I just got the packet instead of whisking it myself, definitely. And apparently, matcha has caffeine in it. That's why I was talking about matcha. Because I'm thinking, maybe instead of post-stream coffee, maybe I do post-stream matcha. Possibly. And have you ever tried yerba mate? Never heard of those words in my life. And prepare your own dirt. We're gonna become gardeners. Let me do this guy here, and I'll save. Oh, it's a plant. Oh, here I thought it was a brand of matcha. No, I have not, but it sounds interesting. I can say that caffeine does not affect me, unfortunately. So I just do it for the thrill, the love of the game. When I drink coffee, it makes me feel productive. So I drink it whenever I'm programming or doing art, and I'm thinking matcha, I can feel productive possibly. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. Shall we continue then? We're going to add a table overflow detection. That's what I'm choosing to call this guy. This guy right here. So, lastly, since we really don't have a lot of time left, technically speaking, we have about 13 minutes left before stream should end, but who pays attention to time? What we're going to do is we're going to add a system that will detect if the items have already been completed. So if there's already 2 of these vials, two of these flavors on the board, and maybe try drinking more motor oil. Oh boy. If there's already 2 flavors on the board and the player is holding a flavor, tell the player or have a notification that says player has picked up overflow. And then we can say player has removed and Bork Bork mentioned. Do you hear the Bork Borks? They're other neighbor Bork Borks from upstairs. I'm surprised. Well, no, I'm not surprised you can hear them. They are very loud indeed. Hopefully they're not too loud though. Let me go ahead and then see about that. Good. Yeah, we're all good. Lovely. Okay, so with all that said, we are adding an overflow to detect when you already have the product or the flavor or whatever on the board. If you already have it and you pick it up, we say, hey, yeah, so why the player's picking this up, they don't need it at the moment, or rather, why is the player doing this? Sound the alarms, something's off here, and some of them little dogs, indeed, super duper teeny tiny puppies, so you'll probably, if I'm trying my best to, audio, microphone, all of those things, set them up properly, but at least for the very next few months while they're still in the puppy stage, most likely you'll hear them every so often. They are adorable though, I can't say that from looking at them, from petting them. With that said, let's see. Let me click on you here, and the ad took too long. Is it okay to subscribe? 100%, but don't feel the need or pressure to as well. If you'd like to subscribe, feel free by all means to, but you're already contributing enough by being here and chatting as well. The ad break, anytime the ad break happens, I don't do anything that we're doing. I just go into a tangent about something, like this time I went into about matcha. And now that we're back, we continue. So don't feel the need to if you don't want to, but if you'd like to support, by all means, I won't stop you. Let's see here. With that said, let's go ahead and close this guy right here. Check out, could you? Thank you. For the subscription. I can't tell if I'm fatty or fatty. Thank you regardless. Oh boy, have a system. Now, the good news is that already we do have a detection system since it checks this guy here. This guy already has a system that checks. I believe if we go to the player here, you should be able to see that on our player, we have this guy here. This guy hovers above the player to let them know if what ingredients they still need on the table. So we just have to take this board that already does keep track of everything. And what we need to say is that, hey, if you don't need it anymore, shout out that we don't need you anymore. And when the player picks things up, we can also say that it is now unfulfilled. So if we go into the spell status indicator guy right here, we go into our scripts, somewhere here it exists. I can certainly say the two largest scripts in my game at the moment are player, which is, truth be told, it is organized. Believe it or not, this guy has been refactored. I'm just thinking at this point, maybe I have to split it into different scripts. I like it in one script just because it's the thing of anything player related goes in player, but it's this player guy here, longest, and then we also have utility, which I haven't refactored for almost 2 years now. So those are the only two guys. They're big, I do know that. Eventually, utility will be deleted because a lot of this is old code, but everything you see in player is currently being used. I can say that much. So what we're going to do is we're going to find where we use our spell status indicator at, and we use it in a few places. We have player entered spellcasting zone. We have player exited spellcasting zone, where we hide that screen and show that screen, or we can say we hide the panel and show the panel. And then down here, if we continue, let's see, we have show and hide, which makes sense. We also have down here update. Hold on, here we are. Updates label depending on the status of the spellcasting table. It checks the requirements and lets the player know how to continue. So what we're going to say is, or what we really need is that somewhere here lies it. We can see maybe you can or maybe you can't. I don't know how self-explanatory the code is here, as it's a thing of probably future me, maybe she'll know what she's doing or looking at. So they hope it's refactoring. And just notice that I'm drawing a witch with the same color palette as yours. What a coincidence. I see. Are they also a necromancer then? If I may question, the idea is that every wizard in my game will be color-coded. So every wizard type, when we add pyromancers, they'll have the color of orange, for example, and then cryomancers will either have like blue or white. It'll be a lot of fun. And green and purple? I see. I do like the combination of green and purple. It's a classic. Let's see here. We have if can cast spell. If you can cast a spell, that means you have 2 flavors on the board as well as a product. And just a normal witch, I see. That still works just fine. By normal, do you mean like, what is normal? Oh boy, like I don't remember, like Little Witch Academia. There we are. Something like that anime where they can all cast magic. Let's see. Otherwise, we do spell requirements name.show panel. Where are we setting these panels at? What we can see is will show label if it has false and hide if true. So we show the label here, visible. If this is set to true, then we know that we have 1 flavor. If these are both set to true, then that means that we have, or if it's both set to false. So if both flavors are hidden, so if both of these guys are hidden, that means that we have 2 flavors on the panel, which means that we don't need any more flavors. That's what we need to keep track of. And I'm just wondering, how can we keep track of this? What I'm thinking is, we don't keep it in player. I don't like that. We go to the table. We have on the table here, and we have the table say what's going on. I like that idea a little bit better. The thing is, though, this update spell requirement status is actually used elsewhere. And I'm wondering as well, why are you don't have an underscore. Why is that? Player dot, oh, because I call you outside of the code. Ah, okay, good. We're keeping up. Good. You can see this guy has delete items, and this is where this comes into play. So, the spellcasting desk is where everything spawns. The spellcasting desk refers to this guy here. He knows everything that's on these plates, and he keeps track of what's on the plates, and he lets the player know that visibility. So I'm thinking, probably, this is where everything happens. You can see, if flavors max, then we can see these guys here. So what I'm thinking is, for our true, false, all of those guys here, we update current level data is tutorial. We check to see if the player has the spell requirements, and we also see spell requirements here. So I'm thinking we add a function here to let the player know, or to check to see. And hydration sure can do,
the underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate, Chapel. Thank you. I am now well hydrated. So let's see here. If not utility.current level data, I'm thinking we can have some sort of, how can we do this? How can we organize the data? Because on one hand, I want it to be that anytime the player picks up an item, we go and check to see. So maybe it's the case of the spellcasting desk. Yeah, where do we want this to live at? Where do we want our detection system to live at? Do we want it to live on the player, or do we want it to live on the spellcasting desk? The thing is, this detection system will notify everyone else, so we could also just make it its own thing and not live anywhere. We could make it a function, or we can make it a node. I kind of like the idea of a node just because it sounds nicer, but also it just might not be needed. But for organization's sake, I think possibly making it into a node might be the way to go. So let's do that. What we'll start off by doing is I'll grab a nude 2D here, grab this guy right here, and we're going to name you what I said earlier, which was, what was it? Hold on, let me grab it. We have our table overflow detection system. So we have table overflow, and this is why I'm thinking it could just be a function or something else, but we could also just call it, that's a thing too. And I'm also thinking it could also be a global, for example. That there's different ways we could go about this. Table overflow detection. Table overflow detection. I do like the idea of this. Maybe we don't even need it to make it a node. Yeah, if we just make it code, yeah, I like the idea of global. I think global fits best. So we'll go ahead and we'll make a new script. Where do we make it at is now the question. We have books, entities here. Let's collapse all the folders here. We have kitchen. Yeah, I think kitchen works best. Let's go ahead and have, oh no, hold on, it's a global. So you go in the globals, you go in universal. There we are. We create a new script here. This script is going to be called our table overflow detection. So, I'm going to rename you to table overflow detection. Table underscore overflow underscore detection. Table overflow manager. How about that? Table overflow manager. We already have a manager. I already used the manager name. And thank you for the stream. Have a great day, Eris and y'all. Thank you, Travel. Thank you. I hope you have a lovely stream. I hope you have a lovely day. And thank you. And it's nice to always hear that. I'm your wake up alarm. Oh me, oh my. Have a good one. Let's see here. Table overflow. I don't want to call it a manager, but maybe we call it maybe we could put it in the cookbook. I don't like putting it in the cookbook though. Cookbook. Who decides or who detects? Tricky. Who owns it? Does the player own it? Does the table own it? Does the world own it? You know what? Maybe we worry about that later. Table overflow. overflow. Table overflow. Let's just call that there. Table overflow detector. DETECTOR. Yeah, you know what? We worry about where you go later. I'll then from here go to project settings. I'll also make sure to enable you as a global. So let's grab our path here, go to common, go to universal here, go to our table overflow detection. And what I'm thinking is, or at the very least, what I'm hoping is now that it is a guy here, we can go ahead and now have a few things. What I want to do is I want to keep track of the player current item, but good news is that we already do know the player's current item. We always do, because utility lets us know. But we're going to need the player's current item, or a few things. We're going to need to know when the player picks up an item, player interacts. So when a player picks up, PICKS, up, / drops an item. That's one thing we need to know about. And another thing we need to know about is the status, table status, table status. That's another thing we need to know, the table status. Once we know those two things, we'll then be able to say, hey, yeah, you don't need that item that you're carrying. Something like that. The good news is as well that the player should have, if we go back into here, there should be a input here for picking up items. So interact with items at range, interact with item interactables in range, which is what we should be looking for. It's an item interactable. It's if item is dish, ICAC, hold on. In that case, it is a item. They're a little bit different. Item interactables are, or rather, let me explain it this way. So those potions you saw earlier, those were items, and then the interactable is like a cake. So let's see, if I go ahead and grab, let's see, back to you here, we go for interact with items in range, here we are. So if not items in range, and then we can say player can only spell cast when the area is cleared, and we have the player pick up the closest item, and then collect item. Yes, indeedy. Okay, so we can say here, somewhere along the lines, where does the player admit that they're picking up an item? I don't know. So you know what? let's just go in the code itself, or let's go in the game, and ownage is a very difficult problem. It is. It's one of my favorites to think about, though, because it's a thing of, what is it called? Code construction, or thinking about things in the hierarchy. I enjoy it. I like the idea of it, because it's always a fun thing of, who should get it? You sit there and you close your eyes and you think for a little bit. Oh, item manager, here we are. Player has been given. Player has been given. Player.collect item. Okay, what we'll do then is say, we're here. Player.collect item. We're gonna move you here. Try spawning an item for player. Yeah, okay. I wanna check as well that when the player picks up an item from the ground, does it still say player, our code here? Does it let us know when the player picks up something from the table and when we put it down? So we picked it up, it says player has been given. We drop it down, we pick it up, and it says has been given to. Interesting. And I have some work to do. No worries at all. Thanks for having me. I'll check back after I finish. If you're still streaming, see ya. And I wish you a good luck on work as well. Best of luck, and thanks for stopping by too. We'll be ending soon, unfortunately, since it's already 5. But good news is that we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow, since I do both, or I do these programming streams twice out of the week, and I stream from Friday to Sunday from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. So you should find me same time, same place. And let's see here. If I click on you here, what we can see is blank has been given to player name. Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay. And then we have player.collect. Yeah, okay. So player.collect item. Let's just do this here. This is where the player collects the item. What we can say is, ooh, why is that allowed? We're just gonna move that guy back over to here. I don't know why you existed the way you did. That's bad. That's super duper bad. Over here too? No, we're good. Hold on. If not, yeah. Ooh, this feels weird. This feels very weird. This feels super duper weird. But you know what? I'm gonna leave it for future me. This feels like it could be reordered so that it's not, if not, an all indented here. There's too many indents, I tell ya. Let's have here, what I want to do is I want to do utility dot player has collected item. So I'll say player has collected item, and then I'll go ahead and do dot emit. And then we'll say the item to collect, what item the player has grabbed. And then we'll say item to collect, that guy there. And then I also want to say when the player has had an item removed. And now what kind of dummy wrote this code, I ask? Hold on now, there's no dummy. It's just a thing of a lack of knowledge. Can you really say that's dummy? No, I would say not at all. We have here, where do we set the current item to null? That's what I want to know. If we go back up to here, current item, we have customers in range, items in range, can interact, all of those guys there, item, here we are, Control-Shift-F, fine. Okay, so we have here, not Control-Shift-F, Control-F, that's all I want to do. Oh, there's so many items. I want match case whole word, only that one, 31 items. All right, so interact with items in range, we collect, and then player has collected item, and then remove item from player. Here we are, lovely. So we can say player has collected item, player has dropped item, player has dropped item. There we are, something like that. And then we grab our item and we also emit it here. So we'll just do this here, and then we'll say this here. So player has collected item, player has dropped item. I like that idea. We'll then copy you here. We'll then go back into our utility, and then there should be an area here for somewhere along our items. If not, we can always make one or push somewhere else. We have item, here we are, signal. So signal, and we're going to say that the player has collected item and player has dropped item. So player has collected item, player has dropped item. So player has dropped, D-R-O-P-P-E-D, dropped item, and then we'll say that the item dropped. So item underscore dropped here, and then it's going to be an item. So how can we say that? It should be an item, interactable, I-N-T-E-R-A-C-T-I-B-L-E, I believe. And then when we copy you here as well, you should also be. There we are, and you there. There you go. Now, why are you angry? Oh, I know why. Who would have thought? Maybe. Let's just grab you here, erase you here, and then grab you here, and grab you here as well. There we go. Lovely. Okay, now, why are you angry still? Could not parse a singleton. Yes, but why? Why is that the case? Create dish? Yeah, but we didn't even touch you. Why are you angry? Hold through horses here. What have we done? Let's click on this guy here, click on this guy here. Yeah, you make sense. And then our utility, something's wrong here, utility. You're fixed? Sure. You know what? Yeah, sure. You be yourself, I suppose. Sure. And Godot isn't it always angry? That's what it feels like. I agree. It's always a little mad. let's then now go back to our our, what do we call it? Our overflow, right? Overflow, a table detector overflow. Here we are. Okay, so we will now say we'll do a function for ready, and we're going to align these guys here. We'll then connect them to signals. So we'll enable you there. Let's then have a function for underscore player has collected item. We'll then set you to be this guy here, item to collector, item collected item underscore collected. Item collected. That's what it should really say, truth be told. And that guy there will be a little bit different. Let's go back into here, item collected. That makes more sense. Save that guy here. Then we have here. You don't need to be that guy. You're actually going to be this guy right here, as well as you, kind sir, if you would not mind. You can be a little underscore like that there and paste that there. So we can then do a void here, and we'll make this guy a pass. And then after that, we can go ahead and copy you here as well. And we'll copy you, player has dropped item, that there, have it pass. And then lastly, we need to set this to utility dot, and then you need to do also dot emit, so utility dot, and then set you to emit, if you would not mind, dot connect. You need to be set to connect, actually. There you go. Okay, so now we have a way to show anytime the player picks up an item or dropped an item. An item dropped actually should be an item underscore dropped. There we are. And what we're going to say now is, well, there's a few things we can do. We can either keep track of the table status as a whole, and you know what? I do like the idea of that. I like the idea of just the thing of has max items, has max something instead. So let's go ahead and say, close our utility. No, we should, I think we might still need it. Back on our player here, when we do player has collected item.emit, nope, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for our table. So back to our desk here. Yes, indeed. And our desk here, we have, for example, here we have utility dot, and we have has flavor 1, has product, can spellcast. That's what we're looking for specifically. So what we can say is flavor amount, flavor max. What we're looking to say is update the table status. So utility dot table status updated, updated, updated. And then what we're going to say is we want to see if you have the flavor, which is true, has flavor, and then we also need to check for has product. So table status updated. We'll then send out if he has the product. If can I has product and also has flavor max. Let's see. Flavor amount. Yep, okay. So has product as well as has flavor. And what we're actually gonna do is we're gonna grab this guy here. I like this guy here instead. And if we have both of them, so if we have both of you there, yeah, okay. So we'll copy you here, go back to you here, and then let's see, back to our desk here. We just need to have some sort of signal. So I'll go ahead as well and type or rather copy and paste and see about all of those guys here. But we'll do that for now. Table status not updated. It's going to be a signal. So I'm going to copy you super quickly here. Go back into our utility guy here. Go into our signals here. So signal. You're going to be a table, I think. But I don't know if you exist yet. Oh, here we are. We could do spellcasting. It could go under spellcasting, go under tutorial, go into customer. We're going to put you under nothing for now, actually. I don't know where you go. I don't know where you live. So you live nowhere for now. You'll be fine. Screen signals, item signals, menu signals, book signals, ghost signals, customer signals, spellcasting, calibration, nope, nada. Okay, well, you go down here. Let's see about here. Yep. All right, let's just do a nowhere zone. There you go. Okay, let's do a signal here then, SHENEL, signal space, do that there, table status has been updated, those guys there. And now what we can say is back in our desk here, let's go back to our, not desk, let's go back to our guy here first, and we'll have a function for here, and we're going to say update status, table status here. We're going to then do a void here, so arrow here, void, and then we're going to set this guy here, and actually it's going to be these guys here. And then what we'll say is we'll have our own status guy here. So table has status, update those guys there. And then we're going to say a utility dot, utility dot update table status, update underscore table status. And why aren't you showing? Are you not a thing yet? Table status updated, I see. Table status updated is what it should be called. So table status updated dot connect, CONNECT, and then we're going to do underscore update for this guy here, update table status. And now what we can say is we need to have, why are you angry? Expected a parameter. Oh, hold on. that guy there. Good to go. Lovely. Okay, so few things now. We have the keys, I think, to the table here. What we need to do is have a function, or not a function, but a variable for has flavors. And then we'll call this a bool. We'll set it equal to false. And then we'll also have a var for has product. And then we'll go ahead and have a bool here too. Bool. We'll need to set the guy then here to be has product, where you can say new has product. There we are. And then we can grab you here. So for our has product, there we are. Has product is going to equal then our new has product. And then what we can say is that how do you do this? I forget. Is it going to be has flavors equals, has flavors equals, and then it's going to be has flavors 1 and 2, 1 and 2, has flavors 2 equal true? I think, right? That's how you can do it. True, right? And oh right, you have to say and, don't you? And there we are. So has flavors equals if has flavors 1 and 2 and has flavors equals true. I think that works. And now what we can say is that anytime the player has collected the item, if we first, we're checking a few things. First, we're checking to see if what the item is. So we need to check to see if it is a few things. I believe we can just do item collected. Hold on. You also need to be an interactable. Hold your horses here. Hold your horses here. There we go. You there. There we go. And do that there. And then we need to say interactable. Interactable. There you go. Okay. Now save. We need to check to see if it's a few things. If I click on interactable, there should be a type of interactable or something of the sort. Let's see. If interactable is item, I think that's the best way to describe it. If I go here to an item, we should be able to see if interactable is item, and I click on you here, do you have a type? Possibly. You do have a product icon, all of those guys here, and initialize data from form. Yes, but what is your type? What is your type exactly? If you don't mind me asking. Item here. Oh, I see. Interactable dot, and then we need to say, let's see, note interactable. We have a follow, target, bounce, all of you guys here. Yes, but where does your sprite come from? You have an interactable here. Yes, our item. So if interactable is item, if it's not an item, then we exit out because we need to check the sprite, because the sprite is going to tell us what it is, the sprite's type. That's what we're looking for here. So let's go back into our button directions controls. Not all of you. Nope, none of you. Let's just see about calling it. What did I call it exactly? Hold on. Let me click on you here. Detection. D-E-T-E-C-T-I-O-N. Detection. Nope. D-E-T-E-C-T-I-O-N. Detection. Yes, indeedy. Let's go into our... Nope. Sparrowless. Nope. It's not pulling up. Detection. There we are. Detection. Here we go. Okay. So what we need to do first is if item collected is not item, and then we return. There we go. We don't worry about anything that isn't an item. We do that for both because that is the case. If so, then we go ahead and get the item type. Item type. There we are. Oh, you know what? Since we do it twice, do we make it into a function, do you think? We could, since it's done twice. I usually try to go by the rule of 3. If item dot, you know what? Yeah, I like that idea a little bit. I think that would help too. So let's go ahead and grab the item type. So function, and let's do get item type. And then we'll go ahead and have here an item dropped, and it's going to return a advanced sprite dot, and then it's going to be advanced sprite dot type dot, and yeah, advanced sprite dot type. There we are. Okay, so what I'm thinking is if the item dot collectible item is not an item, then we're going to go ahead and return advanced type dot type equals none, because it doesn't work. So we get an error. We type dot none, because don't know what it is. Otherwise, we can keep going. So now that we know that it is an item, we also want to make sure that it is the right item that we're looking for. So what we can say is if the item dot item is, we could do, for example here, return, and then we can say return item dropped dot sprite dot type, I believe is how you would say it. Let me check our interactable again. You're going to be item, interactable. You're going to be item though, because you are an item. So you're going to be dot sprite, and in our dot sprite, we're going to have a dot type, which should give us a type. So we'll go ahead and do that there. Dot type, hold on, item manager, item manager here, where are we at? Don't need you, item manager. No, thank you, don't need you. Close you here too. I don't know where you came from. There's so many of these guys here always. Let's see, we need to have a detector. There we are, detector, back to where we were. Save this guy here. And then what I'm thinking is we check to see the sprite.type. Yeah, sprite.type. Return sprite.type. And after that, we say item to check, item to underscore check, and then we say interactable, item to check, and then we say interactable here. Oh, hold on. Interactable, interactable, And by the way, one thing you can do with Godot to save time managing types is just make the node system handle it. So instead of sending data through object-oriented code, you can literally move nodes that contain the data. Could you elaborate on what you mean, Melody? I am quite curious. Let's see. We'll do that guy here. Move you up to here a little bit, then there. Then after that, why are you now angry? Oh, I see. Item to check. There we go. Item to check all of you guys here. And then what we can say is that if you are advanced type equal to none. So what we can say here is do that there. Otherwise you get the type. That's why I'm not sure if you want to do it that way, but it still feels a little bit repetitive, but I think it's okay. Advanced type equals none. So we do get item type, item to check, and then we say equal to, and then we have you here, item collected, and then we do you here, that there. There we are. And we do the same for here as well. Otherwise, oh, you know what I just realized is too? Hold on. We actually need to make a name for it. And for example, instead of checking of what you have is a hand as a weapon, you know it's a weapon because the weapon node is located in the hand node. Instead of checking what you have in your hand, instead of checking what you have in your hand is a weapon, you just know it's a weapon because the weapon node is located in the hand node. From what I've heard, using nodes like that kind of stuff is kind of inefficient. That's interesting too. The good news is that because it's a small game, we don't really have to worry about optimization for speed. But if I ever do work on a big project, that would be important to know. And I've never heard of that. That is interesting to try to search the parents and figure out through the parents. I have done that before, but not like the way you suggest. Just an interesting idea. Let's see. I also want to do here a var for let's see. Type. Let's say type. Item type. Item underscore type. Then we say here it is an advanced sprite type. So advanced sprite dot type. And then we do dot. And then we can go ahead. No, it's advanced sprite type. And then we're going to set you equal to advanced sprite type. Let's see. Item type advanced sprite dot type dot none. There we are. Dot none. There we go. Okay. And I never made anything like a city manager or anything that scales to even touch performance. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. As long as it's not a big project, it might not matter too much. And that's true, but it's best to make sure not to learn. Yeah, that's also fair too. That's also a great point. Let's see here. Var item type. And then what we're going to do, item type equals. Now we can say something like this. So var item type equals, we can say get item type. Oh, hold on, you need to be an underscore, so underscore you there, underscore you here, get item type like that, and then we can say item collected. There we go. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. And then we say if item type dot none. There you go. And again, I don't like this just because it feels duplicated, but I don't know what other way it could be done. I already did remove this guy here, so it is already modified to it as well as I could do it, so we didn't have to check this as well, because we're checking the type and seeing if it is the actual type we need. Because now we need to do a few things. We need to check to see if the player item dropped, or actually, I don't think we have to do anything for dropped right now. Let's just focus on the collected. So, looking at the collected, what we need to check is now that if the type, or match, and then we do item type here, so match item type, and then we can do advanced sprite.type, so advanced sprite.type, type here dot, and then we can say that it is either going to be a product, or we can say that it is a flavor here. Let's go ahead and pass here, and then we can also do pass here. So if it is a product type, what we're going to do is to see if we has a product. Can I has food? If has product, we're then going to say, we're going to do utility dot debug. Yep, no, debug, print debug message, print debug message. And we're going to say hold on, requirements. Spell requirements have already been met. No further, PRODUCTSNEEDED. No further products needed. We'll set this guy to be self, and then we'll also have it do a utility. And I like the idea of making it orange, so we're gonna do utility.debug color and set it to warning here. And pour drink, but if I did, I would only need to use a efficient code in the parts of the game that do scale. That's also 4.2, yeah. And let's see, let me copy you here, copy you here, copy you here. I always like to think of it as just knowing about more tools in the shed. I always like to think of it as that. Let's see, if if, because there's always this as well, those one clause cases where knowing about this thing might have helped you decide on a better decision. If has flavors, we go ahead and do this guy here. And then we can do that. So, spell requires no further flavors, Flavors needed. And later on, when we add the cutscene or the speech bubble, whatever we decide to do, we'll just be able to swap this out. So this guy here, player has collected an item. We check to see if it is. I don't even know if we have to check to see if it dropped, but it's there. Let's go ahead and try it out, shall we? So if I go ahead and click on play here, and we go ahead and click, oh, hold on. Why mad? Utility, I see. Hold on, grab you here, grab you here, grab you here, and grab you here. There you go, hold on. There you are. Save, and do dot emit. So dot emit, there, dot emit. Now, are you happy? Oh, I see, has flavors 1. Interesting. Okay, you're good. Okay, click on play. Let's give it a whirl, shall we? Let's see. What we should have happen is, if I click on the levels here, oh, you know what as well? Before I forget to, let me go into utility, not utility here. Let me go into the Ghost Manager. Ghost Manager, so that we can have this guy stop doing its thing. In the sense of, let's see, Ghost Manager, we'll do it at export var, and we'll say ignore, or don't send message, ignore, empty, or how can we say this? I want to add a message, or I want to add a bool, so that if the cafe % spawn chance is 0, it doesn't say failed to spawn. Just so that I can have that as well. Let's see, failed to spawn, var, send message, send failed message, if chance 0. There we go. Let's just do that. That explains it quite well. And we'll set it by default to true. And then if we want to set it to false, we can. And then what we can say then is on our spawn, so on our spawn ghost, this guy right here, we can say it says spawned, but there should also be a ghost that's been deleted, but also I cannot spawn ghosts, for example. There should be something along the lines there. Cannot ghost index, ghost list, yeah, but where's our spawn ghost at? Where do you exist? Let's see. Failed ghost rotation, no ghost are idle. Failed ghost rotation chance. I see. Hold on. Failed ghost rotation chance. Let me add in. Let's see. Send message. Failed message if changed. No, that's right. That still works. So let me have here failed ghost spawn chance, no ghost are idle. Yes. So if idle ghost, you there. And then what we can say is if you here, if not you. There we go. If not you. There we go. If not you. There we go. Okay. So now, we don't get the message that sends for it. And hi, potato of the devil. What an interesting name. Welcome into stream. And thank you for the follow. Thank you. And welcome into Devon. All right. Are you ready to see? If we go into here, what we're looking to happen is if I grab the flavor, nothing happens. If I grab another flavor, nothing happens. However, if I proceed to grab a third flavor, we should get a message that says something along the lines of, hey, you don't need another one. Do you want to put it down maybe? And the name of today has been fun. Oh boy. Let me make sure that this guy is visible so you can see it a little bit easier. That way you don't have to squint so much on screen. Let me make that guy go down a little bit more. There you go. Okay, that should be visible enough to see everything. So, when I pick up a item from here, we should get an orange message. Let's see. Pick up. Spell requirements have already been met. No further flavors needed. It does do the thing. And the name's not the name. Did I do it a different name? Or names today have been fun. Oh, I see. Those names. Gaia. That makes a little... Oh, hold on. Did you see that? When I picked up an item again, yeah. And then I picked up an item again. Okay, spell requirements have already been met. No further flavors needed. Okay. But then this guy here, it should also not be true. That should not be true. Because we already do have 2. Also, I need to check on the detection range. I should not be able to access the thing from here, but spell requirements have already been met. Yeah, when you pick this up, it's not getting reset. So something is off there. When we pick it up, it's detecting that there's still 2 on the desk, which is what I'm confused about. I'm wondering, oh, you know what? We do need to have the cancel. Hold on. I know the reason why. If we do spell casting screen here, or no, never mind. I take it back. I don't know the reason why. It might be one of those things where we just have to kind of take a brain break and then see afterwards. Because I thought it was we didn't have the player dropped item, but that's not true because we already do check to see if we have the item. It has item, and we already do also update the table status anytime we're doing things. So if you have that and have that, maybe it needs to be set to this instead. If you have the flavor 1 and the flavor 2, if I click on play here, we'll try one more time, but if not, we'll call it a day for here since we are a good chunk above, and then I'll see what I can get done off stream, and then whatever I don't get done today, we'll continue to do tomorrow. I definitely think we'll touch on the speech bubbles tomorrow. Like, should be a lot of fun. So I'll grab you here, I'll grab you here, and then if I pick you up, yeah, okay, yeah, I think I need a nap, and then I will continue possibly, but if I don't, we'll continue exactly where we left off. Oh boy, let me go ahead and bring you into our chatting screen. With that all said and done, if you haven't been here before, hello, we do these things regularly. I work on my game at minimum once a week. I don't work on the game from Friday to Sunday from 1 to 5 p.m. EST, but I do stream. So at the very least, if you did enjoy that, consider coming back tomorrow because we'll be doing the exact same thing. If you're on Twitch, stick around. I always like seeing if we can find a raider. We can raid someone who's doing a specific topic. In this case, since we're doing Godot, I'm going to see if we can find someone we haven't raided before who's doing Godot at the moment. And I trust you to come up with a good pun for the next stream. You didn't think the last one was a good pun? Hold on. I think it was a great pun. Oh, hold on. If I just, let's see. Screen. Where's the button at? Screen. I'm looking for screens. Ah, found it. Okay. How can that not be a good one? If I hide that one, there we go. That's a great pun. What do you mean? I think it's lovely pun. Let me go back into the chatting screen here. No, 0 out of 10. Who are you to be the judge then? But that's it if I don't see you tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see you another time. If you'd like to keep up to date on the development of Necrotype Cafe, you can check out the Discord if I do !DISCORT. And if you haven't already, consider also checking out the prototype of the game if I do ! And I do NECROTYPE. The version that is on itch at the moment isn't the one we're working on, but the hope is that by the end of the month, the version we're working on will go up on itch. Well, now that's done, I'm going to go to the end screen and then I'm going to come back on Twitch. So if you'd like to stick around post stream and chat for a little bit as well, and consider sticking around. With that said though, I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I hope to see you all sooner, right? If not, if sometime eventually, tomorrow.